Excellent. I want to welcome everybody to a joint workshop between both the risk OIR and also the climate adaptation proceeding. I'm going to start real quick with a safety culture message while folks trickle in. And today we're going to be talking a lot about climate change, and I wanted to give us something that was relevant. So, in the climate transition is going to be leading to greater electrification. And in fact, my household just brought home our first hybrid this weekend. So yeah, that was kind of exciting. And that sunset, this is not a advertisement. That's really what the sunset looked like the other night. It was beautiful. Yeah, so electrification means that we are all using more batteries. This is not just related to EVs, but there's a lot of household items as well that we need to be thinking about. So please note that it is not safe to dispose of these batteries except in designated areas. And there are many options available for safe. For instance, a lawnmower battery, which my little brother was kind enough to take a picture of this one for me with the safety label. Yeah, so there's actually quite a few options for how to dispose of these. So for instance, the covered electronic waste option, there's a helpful map that's located at this call to recycle. I have a link in here for you if you need it. And on there, you'll find a map, and that even includes locations such as Home Depot. I just discovered that Home Depot has a place for recycling many of these batteries. And you can also look at R.20-07-013. It has a lot of helpful resources, including a hotline to help you figure out the best way to safely dispose of batteries in your neighborhood. And there's even regular community collection points and times. California Public Libraries often have a service, and local neighborhoods may organize recycling drives. We actually had this hanging on our door actually just recently, and we left an old laptop and a little water boiler, and my neighbors left behind like a set of speakers and a radio, and that got picked up by the local community. And there's also some new legislation that could make battery recycling easier in the future. Just left some links for the battery stewardship program, and SB 1215 is going to cover a wider range of batteries that are embedded in our tools and computers, the kind that aren't easily removed. Okay, so with that out of the way, I'm just going to do some quick intros. This meeting is going to be recorded. One or more decision makers may be present during the meeting, but no decisions will be taken. I'll go over the agenda in a second, and I'm going to let Jake McDermott from Commissioner Reynolds' office give some words in just a minute. But before we do that, let's take a quick roll call. Is PG&E on the line?
Yes, PG&E is here.
Excellent. How about Public Advocate's Office? Anybody from Public Advocate's Office?
Yes, we're here.
Great. Sempra Companies. Anybody from Sempra here?
Hi, Eddie. We're here.
Great. Anybody from SCE?
Good morning. This is Chris Villas with SCE. We have several team members of SCE on. Great.
Thanks, Chris. And then anyone from Turn?
We're here today. Thank you.
Great. Good to see you, Katie. Thanks. Anyone from MGRA? Grid Road Alliance. Okay. Anyone from Protect Our Communities Foundation, PCF?
Yep, I'm here today for PCF.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jonathan. And then anyone from EPUC or and indicated shippers? Anyone from the Utility Consumers Action Network? Are there any other parties who would like to be noted? Because this is a joint, workshop, and so I'm not necessarily as familiar with the other parties on the climate adaptation proceeding. So please feel free to let us know if you're here.
This is Melissa Kasnitz with Center for Accessible Technology. We're parties to the climate adaptation proceeding, but not the risk proceeding.
Excellent. Thank you, Melissa. Welcome. Any others? Okay, I think I'll go ahead and keep moving, but if there's anyone else that wants to be recognized, please feel free to let us know in the chat. The agenda is going to be relatively fixed to accommodate the presenters and stakeholders' schedules. Now, we can be flexible, but only if there's consensus. So folks, if we find that we're going to end early, as long as everyone on the call is willing to do that, then we can go ahead and take an early break or take an early lunch. But generally speaking, I'm expecting that we'll probably stick to the schedule as closely as possible. Yeah, if someone at IT could remind me to save the chat history before we close out, that would be great. I'd appreciate that. Just a few attendee participation points. IT-related questions can be directed to George. I've left his email in the chat, so let me know if you got it or if you didn't get it. Attendees have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. You can also, we would ask you to stay muted except during the Q&A period. During the presentation portion of each session, attendees can always enter questions into the chat box and make sure to address it to everyone so that we can all see them. SPD is going to do it, or sorry, we will do our best to occasionally interrupt the presenter if there's any clarifying questions. But non-clarifying questions, we're going to hold until the discussion period. Now, if there's not enough time to respond to all chat box questions during the workshop, we'll collect answers to those questions and circulate them to the service list after the workshop. And then during the discussion, please feel free to use the hand raise function to speak.
I can talk.
Yeah, we can hear you. Hi. Okay, thanks, Ram. Is it okay if we just keep moving? Okay. Okay, so yeah, if you could, during the discussion, please feel free to use the hand raise function to speak, and the moderator or I will do my best to call on the attendees in the order that we receive them. And then after you ask your question, please make sure to lower your hand. I'd appreciate that. Yeah, just before we go over the agenda, I want to give the opportunity to Jake McDermott from Commissioner Reynolds' office to give us some opening remarks, and then I'll go over the workshop agenda quickly.
Thanks, Eddie. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jake McDermott, and I'm one of Commissioner Reynolds' advisors that is assigned to the RDF or SMAP 2 proceeding. The commissioner sends his regrets as he's not able to attend today's workshop. I'd like to thank staff for their work on setting up this workshop and for putting together a staff proposal for parties to consider. And I think to frame today's workshop, folks might recall that in 2021, staff recommended that the commission consider providing specific guidance on how to incorporate climate change risks into the RDF. Later that year, the commission issued a decision tacitly agreeing with this as an issue for further consideration. Fast forward to earlier this year, and our office issued a scoping memo for phase 3 in this RDF proceeding. And in that memo, we noted that any guidance provided to the IOUs of how to incorporate climate change risks must also consider the experience of the CAVA required in the climate adaptation rulemaking. Which brings us to today's workshop. Our office is interested to hear from the parties about how best to incorporate climate change risks into the RDF and RAMP filings. Specifically, we're interested in ways to cleanly and efficiently incorporate this information and do so in a way that enhances the transparency and usefulness of these filings. With that, I'll hand it back to Eddie.
All right, great. Oh, I just noticed that Greg Morris from the Green Power Institute also wanted to be recognized, but he didn't have a microphone, but he's monitoring. Thanks, Greg. So for the agenda, we're going to have a presentation in the morning from Energy Division. And Kristen Rounds is going to provide that presentation, followed by a brief Q&A. I'm going to give the presentation for Safety Policy Division, followed by a Q&A. And then in the afternoon, we'll take a lunch, and then PG&E is going to give a quick presentation. And then we'll break after a brief Q&A with PG&E. And then we have some kind of larger discussion questions to kind of open up to everybody. Look at that, I'm missing a 0. That'll drive me nuts. Anyway, I'm going to hand it over to Judge Fogel now to just go over some of the timelines of the different proceedings and the expected outcomes for this entire workshop.
Great, thanks, Eddie.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Kathy Fogel. I'm the assigned administrative law judge, or one of them rather, on both the R.20-07-013 as well as R.18-04-019, the risk-based decision-making framework rulemaking and the climate adaptation rulemaking. So welcome, and we're looking forward to our presentations today and the discussions that follow. So just go ahead and go to the next slide. Just to review briefly what the issues are in scope that we'll be talking about today. These pertain on the slide to the climate adaptation rulemaking. And one of the issues in scope there is, when we're considering how climate is reflected, whether climate should be reflected differently in the RDF, and if so, how, the question arises, how does that relate to the existing CAVA framework? And so the question in the adaptation framework is, are there any changes needed to how the CAVA results are presented, or that whole process, that would support a quantitative assessment of climate risks in the RAMP filings? And if so, what kind of guidance is needed? Currently, climate risks are primarily reflected in a qualitative way in the RAMP filings. And then secondly, is a question of, should the CAVA's requirements be modified to also address short-term climate risks in the next 3 to 5 years or 5 to 10 years? In other words, sort of concurrent with the RAMP timeframes, in addition to the current requirements. So the current CAVA requirements, Kristen will go over this, but the primary focus is on a 20 to 30 year time frame, although it does mention the 10 to 20 year time frame as well as the 30 to 50 year time frame. And this question here really arose for me in part because in our first CAVA that was filed by Southern California Edison last year, there was inclusion of the, I believe it maybe 8 year time frame or 7 or 8 year time frame. In other words, 2030. Edison did some analysis on the 2030 time frame using the sort of the CAVA framework. And when sort of with the lag in the RAMP following, the RAMP was concurrently filed then at that time, and there were some crossover, some inclusion of some CAVA adaptation items in the RAMP. In other words, in about an 8 year time frame. So the question sort of arose, should CAVA address this time frame explicitly or not? Is this just something Edison did because it's learning and experimenting with these new processes, or is this something that should be formalized? And then a couple other questions just related to that. If we are going to have some changes to the CAVA to support quantitative analysis of climate risks in the RDF, the RAMP proceedings, should there be some required templates or standardized reporting? And similarly, there is some overlap in the terms used in these two different rulemaking. So would it be helpful for the commission to adopt a lexicon of terms to sort of better define them and try and eliminate any confusion when terms are similar but not quite the same, how they're used in the different proceedings. So next slide. And we've taken some, go ahead and move to the next slide. Yeah. We've taken some party comment on these questions already, and we wanted to tee them up again because this sort of set the time frame for the bulk of the workshop today, which is really addressing questions in scope in the SMAP RAMP proceedings.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was looking.
One of the next steps in the adaptation proceeding is we have just scheduled a climate modeling workshop for October 2nd. I believe that's going to run from 9 to 4. And that will address task 1 questions primarily, I think some task 3, so to speak. And that will be very interesting. So hopefully folks can make that. And then we're looking to have issue a decision on the modeling issues early next year. Next slide. So far as the risk-based decision-making framework, RDF rulemaking, the issues we're addressing today that are in scope are those related to whether the analyses or outputs from the utilities CAVAs ordered in the climate adaptation meeting should be used to inform quantitative risk modeling of climate hazards using the RDF. We're going to discuss that today. Could be the answer is no. Some other approach is better, and that relates to the second issue in scope, which is how should climate hazards be reflected in the RAMP filings. And again, it could be decided that no special additional changes are needed. We don't know. We're here to discuss that today. And then just to flag a couple of issues that we don't intend to discuss today is whether climate change emissions comprise a utility risk that we should evaluate as not a risk driver, but as a risk that merits some kind of mitigation approach that's identified in the RDF or the RAMP, and we're not going to be addressing that today. And also, we've scheduled for phase 2 a deep dive into discount rates as they pertain to long-term climate change mitigation and adaptation planning. I do know that PG&E will be presenting later today, and they do discuss discount rates at some level, but that's fine, perfectly fine, but we're not going to be doing a deep dive into discount rates today. So I think maybe one more slide here, Eddie. Oh, and so we've, this RDF rulemaking is marching along very aggressively. We've had 2 workshops so far in July, this one today, and I think 2, is it October 5th? Is that the correct date? I thought it was another date, but anyways, so we have another one coming up October 5th, October 26th, and an optional workshop in December 6th, and hoping for a decision early next year sometime. Go ahead, Eddie.
Actually, Judge Vogel, you are correct. That should be October 4th and October 25th. I'm going to correct that before we get to the next workshop. Sorry about that. I also just wanted to mention that I had missed that Ariel Strauss is also here from the Small Business Utility Advocates. And also just a note that I think Judge Vogel and I are going to be kind of alternating in terms of organizing and, you know, doing the Q&A and stuff, and just to let folks know that we'll be kind of working together throughout the workshop. So back to you, Judge Vogel. Sorry about that.
Great. Yeah. So the workshop on risk scaling in this proceeding is October 4th, and then the discount rates and other RAMP reporting templates is on October 25th. We'll correct those slides. And next slide. I also wanted to mention, I don't know if I did, that Judge Jonathan Lakey is co-assigned with me in both of these proceedings as well. And I believe Judge Lakey is with us today. And he won't be so active today because he's taking the lead on a couple of the other topics that come a little bit later in both of these proceedings. So you'll see him a little bit later, and the proceeding schedules being more active. So proposed workshop, proposed outcomes. We want to have a good discussion. Let's talk about these things. There's some interesting questions here, particularly if there's any changes needed to the CAVA framework to support consideration of climate change in the RDF, and then any changes needed to the RDF in light of climate change. So currently we don't have any guidance for how climate hazards should be integrated into the RDF or the RAMP filings. And as Eddie mentioned, we want to be considering what's gone on in CAVA as we consider those questions. And we're looking forward to your feedback. And we'll recap this at the end of the workshop, but we do intend to issue rulings with questions in both proceedings, with the questions pertaining to the issues in scope in each of the proceedings. And we'll be circulating the slides, et cetera. So welcome, everybody. Glad to see we have a lot of parties participating, and we're really looking forward to hearing your input.
Great. I'm going to turn it over to Chris in just one sec, but I wanted to address any confusion. Roseanne had mentioned if the risk scaling workshop on October 4th was different from the climate modeling workshop mentioned. for October 2nd, and they are different. The two proceedings are going to be going their separate ways after this workshop. So the climate modeling workshop is in the climate adaptation proceeding. The risk scaling workshop is in no problem, the risk OIR. And I'll hand it over to Kristen to get us started with her presentation.
Awesome. Thanks, Eddie. You can go ahead. I'm just going to introduce myself really quick. My name is Kristen Rounds. I'm the Energy Division Lead on the Climate Adaptation Proceeding. And I'm going to be presenting on CAVA ramp linkages, specifically in the context of quantitative linkages between the two. So now you can move to the next slide. And I won't spend too much time on this because Judge Fogel just went over sort of the overlapping procedural issues, but just for reference, the climate adaptation rulemaking was opened in 2018, and the purpose of it is to address how energy utilities should plan and prepare for increased operational risks due to changing climate conditions. So phase one of the proceeding adopted two decisions, one of which looked at definitions relevant to climate adaptation planning, as well as establishing data sources, models, and tools. And then R.20-08-046 ordered the utilities to conduct climate adaptation and vulnerability assessments, or CAVAs, as well as community engagement plans. So phase two of the proceeding started earlier this year, and we are currently looking at refining the vulnerability assessment guidance itself, as well as linkages between the CAVAs, the vulnerability assessments, and other CPUC proceedings. And I'll note that we're looking at linkages that span beyond just the ramp. We're considering the IRP, the distribution resource planning process, sort of all utility planning processes and how they could potentially become climate informed. So you can go to the next slide. So I think foundational to this conversation is sort of understanding what the CAVAs are and what they do. So the first decision identified the California climate change assessments as the primary source of climate forecasts, pathways, and scientific studies. So the CAVAs that the utilities produce are relying on the same data that underlies the statewide climate change assessments. There is some criteria if the utilities decided that they needed to use alternative data sources. There's a method for them to do so. And importantly, the Commission directed the use of representative concentration pathway, or RCP 8.5, for planning and investment purposes across the Commission. So if you look to the right here, this is a graph of representative concentration pathways. And the RCP is essentially an emissions trajectory. And so when you're looking at different RCP scenarios, you're looking at different scenarios of where anthropogenic, meaning human-induced greenhouse gas emissions, are going to go in the future. RCP 8.5, at the time that this was adopted, was the bookend, the higher bookend scenario, meaning that it was deemed business as usual, meaning they're assuming that nobody's going to do anything to mitigate climate change from this point forward. Things are just going to go along business as usual. And so therefore it is an emissions trajectory that's assumed to increase much more than the other RCPs. So you can go to the next slide. So the second decision that came out created some methodology requirements for the utilities to follow in their CAVAs. So first, they are required to look at temperature, sea level rise, precipitation, wildfire, as well as cascading events for both utility-owned infrastructure as well as contracts. They're directed to use the California Department of Water Resources two-step vulnerability methodology. So that's looking at a combination of exposure and sensitivity to determine risk. Exposure is really relating to extrinsic factors that affect the system. So it's focusing on the character, magnitude, and rate of change that the system is likely to experience. And then sensitivity is looking at the innate characteristics of a system, considering tolerance to change. So the risk is then combined with adaptive capacity to determine the vulnerability of the infrastructure. And the Commission set intermediate and long-term timeframes for analysis. So intermediate is looking at the next 10 to 20 years, while the long-term is addressing the next 30 to 50 years. And the decision considers the key time frame as the next 20 to 30 years for two reasons. There's a focus on this time frame. First, it's best practice to average over 2 to 3 decades around the target year of analysis in order to avoid target prediction. So it is best practice to sort of look 20 to 30 years in the future with these climate projections. And also, we don't have any existing commission planning processes that look at climate risk this far in the future. So it's fulfilling those two areas. So you can go to the next slide. So when we're talking about quantitatively integrating the CAVA and the RAMP, I think it's really important to understand the data that is underlying the CAVA itself, which is founded by global climate models, or GCMs. So GCMs are developed under the Coupled Model Intercomparison Project, or CMIP. They're part of the World Climate Research Program. So if you're familiar with the assessment reports that come from the IPCC or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that's what these global climate models are derived for. There's hundreds of climate scientists across the world that develop these models, and they simulate the physical, chemical, and biological responses of the climate system according to a scenario of future emissions or concentrations of GHG. So from those global climate model repository, which is CMIP, the folks over at the California Energy Commission select a subset of those GCMs that go into CalAdapt. That's the publicly available database for exploring the data that underlies the California Climate Change Assessment. But essentially, the folks at the CEC take a subset of GCMs from CMIP that are selected based on their ability to most effectively represent the regional climate of California. And then they downscale those global climate models either through statistical or dynamical downscaling methods. And they do that to produce various spatial and temporal scales for analysis. So this year, with the 5th climate change assessment, we have 3 kilometer up to 45 kilometers and hourly up to monthly. So, and then that ultimately is what underlies the utility, climate adaptation, and vulnerability assessments. So you can go to the next slide. So it begs the question, when we know that these models were created for the purposes of looking at sort of global climate change, why do we use these to evaluate weather-related grid impacts at sort of like a statewide or local, even more localized scale? And it's because climate change has fundamentally impacted our ability to accurately forecast the weather. Way back when we were building the grid, there was a traditional planning assumption that the future climate will look statistically similar to the past climate, and that assumption is no longer accurate due to climate change. And this concept is referred to as non-stationarity. So as the climate changes, the magnitudes, durations, and the frequencies of extreme weather events may occur outside the historical range of observations, resulting in a change in the average magnitude of those extreme weather events and or a change in the variability of the events themselves. So global climate models enable us to better capture the non-stationarity of the future climate than historical data could. So you can move to the next slide. So when I'm talking about on this slide, the challenges of utilizing climate projections in the RAMP, I'm talking about this in the context as if we were to treat this as a plug and play, meaning that we would just take the global climate projections that we use for the CAVA, replace them, use their projections to replace the historical data that is currently in the RAMP models, and sort of like the challenges that would come from doing that. So the first is that GCMs are inherently uncertain. So there's a first set of assumptions that are made by climate scientists about how the Earth's climate system interacts with each other, including carbon sinks, cloud cover, all of these really complicated geophysical processes. There's assumptions about how those things are going to play out over time. And then those are layered with socioeconomic assumptions to account for human-induced GHG. So we're assuming sort of, socioeconomic factors like population change, where the energy sector is going to go, where energy demand is going to go. Those assumptions are layered on top of the GCMs in order to create a trajectory of the climate into the future. And then on top of that, more assumptions are made in order to downscale the GCMs to regional resolutions. So just trying to underline here that these are incredibly uncertain. They do not have the so-called statistical power, so to speak, that observational historical data used to provide us. So therefore, if we were to use GCMs in sort of a plug and play way, the risk scores could result in false precision or false statistical confidence. So I'm just the text here is pointing out just one specific example of the bias that you would be introducing if you were to do the plug and play approach, which is that to create this probability distribution that you need for estimating the likelihood of an event, you need to assume that these climate simulations are random samples, and they are not. So you're automatically starting with a faulty statistical assumption in order to derive a single, precise predictive value to derive your risk score, the likelihood of a risk event. And then further, utilizing climate projections for short-term analysis may result in relatively marginal impacts that should be weighed against the computational costs that would be associated with integrating these models. So climate impacts derived from the GCMs in less than 5 years may ultimately result in really marginal changes to risk scores. If you look at the trajectories of all of the global climate models, the climate variability and sort of the extreme impacts that we're expecting to get from climate change don't really manifest until 20 years out or around that time. So you can move to the next slide. So I'm not saying this to suggest that, incorporating climate change into the ramp is a futile effort or that it shouldn't be done. I'm simply stating those challenges to, support the assertion that potentially we should be looking at alternative approaches for climate-informed risk planning. So one example of how that is done is at the California Department of Water Resources. They developed a risk planning framework where they use climate projections as a sensitivity rather than the driver of the analysis to cope with the uncertainty. And by sensitivity, what I mean is that they used a range of meteorological inputs and did a lot of sensitivity analysis of the system across a range of climate futures. They also delayed the estimation of probabilities until the assessment of adaptation alternatives. So they are more so focused on what is the probability that the system is going to, that system performance will be inferior to current performance under a range of future climate conditions. And when you approach your analysis like that, the consequences of any assumption that you make are quickly realized in terms of its effects on decisions. So when you utilize methods like this, it's suggesting that risk-based planning be informed by the best available science while not being dependent on a precise prediction of future values in order to inform your investment decisions. So you can go to the next slide. And all of this is to say, in summary, Energy Division, we support an RDF that adequately accounts for climate change. We are just cautioning against sort of a stringent predict and act paradigm for climate hazards that could result in biased quantifications of risk or provide false certainty. And something notable is that climate science is constantly progressing, so it's prudent to maintain flexibility in data application. We're already running into this issue in the climate adaptation proceeding where we're needing to revise guidance that was adopted in 2019 because climate science has now progressed and that guidance is outdated. So rigorous analysis of climate risks to utility infrastructure and their associated cost efficiencies of proposed adaptations at a more granular level than what is currently done in the CAVAs is still needed. The CAVAs don't look at cost of adaptation options. That's something that's preserved for the GRCs. And we feel that this type of analysis that I was just talking about, like what the DWR did, still needs to happen, even if the ramp is ultimately found to be the incorrect venue for such analysis. So if we don't think that utilizing climate risk analysis as an appendix to the ramp is the best place for it to happen, or appendix to the CAVA or appendix to the GRC, we're kind of agnostic as to where this analysis should occur. We're just saying that something that is more granular than what's happening in the CAVA should occur. So that is the end of my presentation. we can turn now to Q&A.
Okay. Very good. We can move on to the Q&A, but I just wanted to double check, Judge Fogel, was there a IT issue there for a second, or we're good?
It looks like I was frozen for a minute, but I'm back on now.
Okay, excellent. There was before we move to these discussion questions, actually, there was a question in the chat, and I think it might be helpful if we could have Chris just talk about it briefly. It's that Dr. Feinstein was asking, are the terms on the right side of the slide defined somewhere? And I believe he was referring to this slide. Is risk defined and measured? Is vulnerability defined and measured?
Yes. So we are actually working on a lexicon of climate adaptation terms that we would adopt in the climate change adaptation proceeding that would provide sort of definitive definitions for these. Right now, we rely on the California Department of Water Resources definitions, which are kind of baked into their version of their CAVA. So we don't have like a specific decision that's addressing what the definitions of each of these terms are. At this point, it's kind of the onus is on the reader to go look into what the GWR defines these as. But the utilities we only have one CAVA in so far, and there is a decent amount of flexibility provided in terms of how they monitor risk. And risk is typically classified in the CAVAs as high risk or low risk, and vulnerability is classified kind of in the same way. SCE could potentially jump in here if they wanted to talk about how they sort of quantified these against across different areas of infrastructure, but the primary output of how vulnerability and risk are measured are high risk, low adaptive capacity equals greatest vulnerability.
Excellent. Dr. Feinstein, I hope that answered your question. Feel free to jump in if you had any thoughts, or anybody from SCE that wanted to jump in. If not, I'll move us to the more general Q&A questions that we developed. All right. There we are. Yeah, so if there's no additional questions or comments on the ED presentation, I'll let Judge Fogel jump in. I think she has the first question.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Eddie. So we just wanted to invite any questions or comments on ED's presentation. If you'd like to make a comment, you can unmute yourself and speak, I believe, or go ahead and type something into the chat. If you just had a general question or comment, it hasn't come up yet.
Hi, this is Miles Gordon from Public Advocate's Office. I had a question for Kristen. Kristen, I mean, you mentioned the DWR approach as a quote unquote alternate approach, and I guess I just wanted to clarify whether you think the DWR approach could be incorporated into RAMP style analysis, or if it stands by itself as its own separate thing.
That's a great question. I think it's the latter. Contextually, I think it's helpful to know that DWR study that I cited in the slide deck was supplemental to their general CAVA. So it was an even more in-depth analysis than what is presented in their just general climate adaptation and vulnerability assessment. I do think because it is such a complex, rigorous way of looking at climate risk, it's not necessarily something that could fit easily into a risk bow tie where, say, temperature is like one variable within the various risk drivers. I think it's kind of deserving, if we were to take that approach, of something that would live outside the likelihood of a risk event framework.
Kristen, a quick follow-up to that. Was there a link to that study in the slide deck? I can't remember if we embedded it or not.
Yes, it's embedded. Yeah, I can try and pull up the slide. I
believe it's this slide right here. Yeah.
Yes. the
Okay.
risk planning framework. You can go click on that and read through the DWR method.
Great, thanks for that. So, yeah, and so Kristen, you know, sort of touched on some of the challenges to actually either using, you know, climate, global climate models, or the raw California climate assessment data, in integrating that directly into the ramp. So it may kind of obviate, in terms of energy division's view, the answer to the next question, which is, are any changes needed to the CAVA to support quantitative assessment of climate risk in the RAM filings? But Kristen, if you'd like to maybe comment on that a little bit more, and any other party that has a question you'd like to ask about that, or a view you'd like to offer on that, that would be great.
You're talking about the second question, right? The
Yeah.
short-term climate risks?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. No, sorry, the top one about supporting quantitative assessment of climate risks. Sorry, the actual second one.
Gotcha. Any changes needed to the CAVA? At this point, I don't have any specific recommendations that we would change in the CAVA to support quantitative assessment of climate risks in the RAMP filings. The way that the CAVA is set up, I don't really recommend like potentially messing with the DWR methodology in order to create outputs for the RAMP. I think perceiving these as two separate analyses is a good idea, because again, I think it's just worth underlining that the climate projections and the global climate models sort of do their best work in terms of predictions when you're looking farther into the future than 5 years. And also, you're just able to, I think the best investment decisions come from a lot of sensitivity analysis and stress tests, and finding sort of key thresholds to plan around, as in, like, what are the critical thresholds of climate change which cause the system to fail to meet expectations? So, like, when do these global climate models expect temperature to get to a point where our existing engineering standards are no longer sufficient? Like, and those are more long-term questions. Like, climate change effects to the point where they're actually going to threaten the makeup of the infrastructure of the grid are going to manifest at a later time. So I hope that answer didn't get too tangential. Did I answer your question, hopefully?
Yeah, I think so. I think that in sum, the answer is no. ED is not recommending any changes to the sort of CAVA modeling approach or outputs to support the quantitative assessment of climate risks in the RAM filings. And I wanted to invite, I know we did take party comment in this area before, as I mentioned, and, you know, I believe some parties may have had alternate views. Kristen, you can remind me, I believe possibly Cal Advocates suggesting we might want to take this on. So I want to especially invite Cal Advocates, but also any party to sort of respond and comment. And I also see Eddie, you're wanting to raise your hand.
Well,
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that Ariel Strauss has had his hand up.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so I wanted to invite Ariel to go ahead and ask their question.
Thank you. Am I coming clear?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Kristen, you identified some advantages of a DWR methodology. I just want to make sure I understand correctly what's in the staff proposal. I didn't see this in the staff proposal. Is it incorporated in some way, or this is a way of doing something beyond what's in the staff proposal?
What the DWR does is much more intensive than what's recommended in the staff proposal. And I think it's just going to take a while for us to get there. Like, the CAVA doesn't even do the level of in-depth analysis as what I cited to in the DWR. So sort of approaching that framework for the ramp is not something that we've considered doing at this time. So it's not in the staff proposal. But I did want to clarify, Judge Fogel, you were just talking about Cal Advocate's sort of recommendations on our scoping memo comments. And I think there was not so much disagreement about whether the CAVA should be changed for the purposes of quantitatively integrating it in the ramp. There was more disagreement about should we adopt a prioritization framework that's specific to climate adaptation investments that would look similar to the ramp, or provide more prescriptive guidelines on like how investment decisions are to be made, which is, I think, kind of a step further than what you were looking to review.
Yeah, thanks. And I think we have some of those questions on the next slide, which we'll go to in just a minute. So thanks for that clarification. Yeah, so just before we do that, again, kind of revisiting, I think in terms of Energy Division's view, Kristen's made fairly clear that it's not Energy Division's recommendation that the CAVA be adjusted to require consideration of short-term climate risks in the next 3 to 5 years, as well as 5 to 10 years, or 5 to 10 years. I think that's the ED recommendation. And again, I want to invite just any other party that has any questions in that area or wants to offer a different view or recommendation to go ahead and do that.
Can I just add one more thing? Or go ahead. I just heard somebody talk, so maybe we can let them go first.
Oh, I was about to say something, but you were going to offer another point first. Feel free.
Yeah, I guess I just, I don't want to downplay sort of the qualitative considerations that can be made in the ramp in regard to short-term climate risk. I think that there's a lot to be learned from real-time emergency management and sort of the data collection that comes with the general orders, for example, or with emergency response plans. I think understanding, how infrastructure reacted real time, how long it took to get the infrastructure up and running again during an extreme weather event that happened in recent years, is all information that could help inform short-term risk planning, potentially not in the way that you could plug it into a probability distribution, but could still be informative, potentially even just to the ranking of prioritization. So I just wanted to make that point quickly.
Sure. And I think Gordon Miles was trying to ask a question earlier. Go ahead, Gordon.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Miles from Public Advocate's Office again. So I mean, backing up for a second, I mean, in our initial comments on the scoping memo, we did sort of recommend that CAVA outputs has be allowed to flow through to the ramp risk outputs in terms of in terms of computing corresponding increased likelihood of risk events. And the events, I mean, Kristen, it sounds like from what you're saying that might not even necessarily be a good idea. I mean, I'm certain. I think we're definitely receptive to that at this time. But I think kind of the primary motive with that comment was we just wanted to see further CAVA ramp integration in terms of the risks that they were assessing and the likelihood of risk event and calculation. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and just any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, so in terms of CAVA outputs, and I guess I think there's portions of the CAVA that actually give percentages, like probabilities, something along the lines that's like, in 2030, we expect 78% of transmission lines to be at risk for sagging during an extreme heat event. I think focusing on infrastructure that gets categorized as high risk, low capacity, low adaptive capacity in the near term, like 10 years in the future, could automatically be an indicator for utilities that maybe they should go in and do some site-specific impact analysis and maybe some more intensive analysis that would look like what the DWR did in order to get a better sense of what they should be doing to adapt that infrastructure. And there's like a myriad of options that you could pursue. Like the majority of my criticisms for what I outlined in this presentation are really associated with, again, that plug and play method, like thinking that you could just take GCMs and replace historical data with them is essentially what I'm cautioning against. Like you need to be much more creative. And because there are so many approaches that you can take to assessing risk and to doing impact analysis, I think flexibility, letting the utilities potentially, pilot certain approaches and include them in appendixes and allow staff to sort of like data requests and figure out, all of the assumptions that were made to justify that investment. Like that's where we should be heading. But I think just at this point in time, the CAVA is not mature enough to, make definitive recommendations as to how we should be merging it with the ramp. The ramp just adopted a new framework. The cost benefit ratio is relatively new. So like, I think we're kind of in a position where we're flying the plane while building it. And there needs to be opportunity for flexibility and, coming up with really stringent guidelines as to how these two planning processes are going to interact with each other at this time. I just don't have recommendations for doing that. And I think that there's just like a lot to learn. So we're kind of, I think that we're just in a more experimental stage than anything.
Thanks for that question. I'm sorry, your name must be Miles Gordon. Apologies.
Yeah, it is. No problem.
Yes, so thanks for that question, and Kristen also the response. I think this is kind of what we'll be talking about, diving in much deeper in the next couple presentations as well. So that sets up really well.
We have another hand up from PG&E folks.
Go ahead.
Hello, yeah, this is Eric Cool with PG&E. We just wanted to make a comment, generally being supportive of the position that staff was recommending on this flexibility. We're very early in our CAVA, and we see a lot of benefit in this qualitative framework and CAVAs, including current mitigations, and short-term issues within that to consider the longer-term impacts of climate hazards. We've looked at and had some experience in our 2020 filing of integrating those long-term projections. And there is a lot of false precision and issues with trying to look at climate data within a 5 or 10 year increments and versus looking at the longer term trends in the data sets.
Thanks for that.
Right, yeah, and I think it's really interesting, what Kristen was suggesting, and I think this will come up in PG&E's presentation later, which is that, if the CAVA analysis suggests that, in 8 years or so, 78% of transformers are at risk, or lines are at risk of sagging, that can, again, prompt a second look or a harder look at those topics in the ramp. But it's getting away from just using the pure GCM downscale data itself, if I'm understanding correctly. Great, and so Eddie, unless there's another question, why don't you go to the next step?
This is Ariel Strauss, if I might, from SBWay. I do a quick comment on the template standardized reporting of CAVA results be required in addressing specific information.
Great, go ahead.
Thank you. So at a high level, a concern the SBA has had is the consequence of utilities' own mitigations, such as de-energization, fast chip changes, a consequence of moving infrastructure for new risks in new communities. And so I just want to make sure that we point out that second order sort of consequence also be something that is identified as reports that are requested. We think that up until now, sometimes that type of mitigation consequence hazard has been given less attention than it should.
Ariel, could I ask you to give an example of what you meant by a second order?
Yeah, so for instance, mitigations, sometimes, for instance, a risk that is increasing in certain types of wildfire. There are ways of mitigating that risk by, for instance, de-energization or fast trip settings. Those risk mitigations in terms of wildfire then have new risks in terms of reduction in service or the de-energization event itself. And so we want to be mindful that when efforts are made to reduce, let's say, a primary risk, those mitigation attempts, they themselves have some risks. Perhaps those risks are better risks to choose, but we want to make sure that there's a consideration of how those mitigation choices also create new risks.
Okay, yeah, that's good to keep in mind. Thanks.
Thank you.
We have 3 hands up, and then Dr. Feinstein also entered a question into the chat. But so I'm going to ask G. Flores. Not sure if that's the right name, but go ahead.
That's correct, Eddie. This is Greg Flores from SoCal Gas.
Okay.
I just want to address generally the question of whether or not the CAVA should address short-term climate risk concurrently with the ramp timeframes. My general comment is that SoCal Gas in particular is experiencing climate-related events or impacts. Of particular note were the 2018 Montecito mudslides as a result of those significant rainfall, and most recently this past year the blizzards that occurred in the San Bernardino Mountains, which certainly have impacted not only our operations but the assessment and evaluation of those risks. So I just want to make that point. Additionally, in regards to incorporating our CAVA results into our next ramp report, they're essentially occurring concurrently. They're both due essentially in the same time frame of May 2025. So it'll be challenging for us to fully incorporate the results of a CAVA report when it's occurring simultaneously with our ramp filing. So I just want to make those points.
Great.
Thanks for that, Greg. And I just wanted to add for those that weren't aware that changing the sequencing of those filings is something that's under consideration as an issue in scope in the adaptation proceeding as well. So thanks for those comments, Greg.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Maybe we could address Dr. Feinstein's question first, and then I'll go back to Jade. He asks, with respect to integration, would it be useful for the CAVA to focus on the risk events that are the basis of the analysis performed in the RDF?
Potentially. I mean, I'd have to go through and look at the specific risk events. I'm not necessarily a ramp expert. I'm more so on the CAVA side. So from what I understand, there's more so like weather drivers that are underlying risk events, and there's not too many risk events that are specifically looking at what is the probability of sea level rise happening in like the next 5 years. I think that's like one approach. We could look at the compatibility of risk events that are included in the ramp and then potentially take a closer look at those in the CAVA. That would be one option. But I'm hesitant to take a stance without really knowing the full repertoire of risk events that are looked at in the ramp.
I might jump in on that actually, just because one of the issues is that in the ramp, the risk events can change from year to year. And so I don't know exactly whether or not, following that same framework would be a good fit for the CAVA, for the climate adaptation proceedings. So that would just be one thing to consider, I think.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, I think we'll be getting into sort of the details, deep into the details related to this question in PG&E's presentation, so we can discuss it again then.
Yeah, great. And Jade, can we go back to you if you still have a question?
Hi, Jade Timswan from SDG&E. Just not a question, just a comment to further support what PG&E had weighed in on as well, and follow up with SoCal Gas's comment just about the uncertainties that are presented here regarding the climate data. Due to the uncertainties that are presented here regarding integration of CAVA and the climate hazards, we believe it's definitely necessary for the commission to support that flexibility going forward as we continue to learn with these various data sets, and the interdependent risk quantification parameters as well, such as the tail risk scaling, and future discussions slated for risk tolerance. We think this will enable us to accurately pinpoint and quantify the risk associated with the climate change we're talking about here. And if we're given this latitude, we think we can adapt and refine our strategies based on the COP inputs as well, and just ensure a more robust and tailored response to the evolution that's happening in climate change. Overall, we think this will help with innovation, promote more efficient risk management, and ultimately just give us better resilience in the face of climate change related issues. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. And I recognized Gordon's comment in the chat, or Miles Gordon's comment in the chat, but there is somewhat of a question from Gail Slocum. I'm going to read it out. She says, "Are you saying that the ramp should continue to use historical data that we know for certain is wrong because climate modeling is uncertain and imperfect? This sounds imprudent. Curious to know more about how climate modeling could be used to do a sensitivity sooner than what it sounds like is now in mind, using the best available sensitivity adjusted climate conditions as they baseline for the ramp. And then it seems likely that many more people will die from extreme heat storm type events than wildfire, for example, and it seems likely to be a great factor even in the coming 5 years." I don't know, Kristen, if you had a...
Yes, I would invite you to come to the climate modeling workshop on October 2nd, because we're going to be talking about just this. But there are ways of sort of combining this data together, meaning that you would perturb the historical data with climate projections. There's various statistical methods that you could do that are more low bias than just replacing historical weather data with GCMs. They're often like a combination approach, which is partially what the DWR does in their framework. And we're going to talk a lot about that in the October 2nd modeling workshop, because the IRP team, for example, will be presenting on how they are utilizing climate projections or thinking about utilizing climate projections in the IRP modeling. So encourage you to follow up on that in the next workshop.
Great.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I mean, I think Kristen is definitely not saying what your first sentence says, Gail. And again, we'll talk about that more in some more sort of flexibility, flexible approaches, or kind of more tailored approaches that are this afternoon as we consider, Kristen overviewed how the global climate change models work, what they're based on, how they're downscaled, et cetera. And then the risk-based decision-making framework for the ramp is very sort of unique and particular. So she's not saying that there should be no consideration of climate in the ramp, but that particular, she said, plug and play approach is not what she's recommending right now.
Great. Chris Vaz, did you have a quick comment? And then I think I'll move on to some other questions.
Thank you very much, and appreciate the discussion this morning. Judge Fogel, you really kind of, and Kristen, you I think really addressed the point I was intending to make, which is that you can't do plug and play. And also, as a wider point, when we're looking at different solves for incorporation of climate risk into the ramp, SCE noted in its ramp filing, and we discussed this at workshops in our ramp proceeding, that whichever model or approach you use, you have to be very careful, because the ramp is the precursor stage to the GRC, i.e. it sets up the analysis that then is incorporated in the GRC, where reasonableness is determined and funding is granted or authorized or not authorized. And if you are slicing and dicing the climate risk into these short-term bites, meaning the ramp timeframe, which is the GRC timeframe, which in our case is only 2025 to 2028, you not only get perhaps a distorted result, but for purposes of the GRC, looking out of the GRC, you may set up a regime where parties that are opposed to utility spending will say, look, your own analysis shows that this isn't that much of a risk. In fact, it really doesn't even rise to being a top risk. We talked about this in our ramp filing, that SE considers climate change long-term to be one of the greatest risks facing California and Californians. But our own risk analysis in RAMP showed that it did not rise to one of the top 9 safety risks, only because we were restricted at looking for 25 to 28. And I don't mean restricted in a negative way. That's positive because the RAMP must map to the GRC. But SE mentioned as a concern that we were focused on CAVA, but we made it as a larger point that when you're looking at climate risk, you must put in context that if you're looking at it short term, that's not where the danger shows up when you're doing risk analysis and modeling. The danger, if you will, shows up in what the impacts will be, as we, I think, all are aware of in the next, let's say 20 years, 30 years, and on and on. So just wanted to make that point. And I was going to talk a little bit more, but Judge Fogel and Kristen, you've really addressed the other parts. So thank you very much.
Okay. I think I'll move on to some of these other questions. I don't believe that we addressed actually the lexicon of term question, and we could have some comment about that. If anyone is interested in providing some feedback on this about whether or not we should adopt a lexicon of terms related to climate adaptation planning, please feel free to dive into that. But we also have these 3 questions on the back, and I think this actually relates to something I kind of wanted to ask SCE, maybe not necessarily Chris, but you mentioned that the RAMP is the precursor to the GRC, and that's true for the short-term risk investments, but there are also investments that came out of your CAVA submission that also were submitted to the GRC, certainly not at the same degree or the same numbers. But I just wanted to have us think a little bit about what is this relationship between near-term ramp-driven investments and long-term adaptation benefits. So do some of those ramp-driven investments that Chris was just describing as being submitted to the GRC, do they also have long-term adaptation benefits in terms of climate change? So is there overlap, essentially?
You wanted to hear from SCE particularly?
Or anybody from the field? Yeah, Kate, go ahead.
Well, I'm actually going to go to your former question, not the latter one.
Okay.
I wanted to speak. I was trying to get myself up before you left lexicon. But I just wanted to highlight that, there is some of the language that was used throughout the discussion of the CAVA are words and ideas that we use in the RAMP and RDF process. And for that reason, I do think that, yes, there should be a lexicon adopted, especially if there's overlap in terminology, so that there's very clear delineation of what's being discussed where. I, generally think it would be best if we were using the same language across all proceedings, but I understand that some of this is coming from outside of the PUC. But I think that that's an important step to be made, and I can't really go too far into all of the words that should be defined because TURN has not been as actively participating in the climate change. I would need someone more involved in that proceeding to sort of highlight where those, all the places of potential overlap. Thank you.
I see Brian's hand up, but your video is just your hand, Brian.
I don't know what's going on with my video. Sorry, guys. So let me actually try this. Is that better?
There you go.
Okay, sorry, laptop. I'm in the office today. So one thing I would mention today, the differences maybe between how certain risks are captured for wildfire in the CAVA versus how they're captured in RAMP. So it's really the agent of. So if you think about wildfire in terms of CAVA, it is the exposure of utility operations and assets and services to wildfire, but not necessarily utility involved ignitions. So there's an agency there. So that's maybe a slight difference. And I think that's one of the challenges we found when trying to directly mesh the two data sets together. It just didn't work very well. So we had to go upstream to the GCMs to try to put something together. So hopefully that gives a good example.
Thanks. I appreciate that, Brian. Are there any additional thoughts or comments on this question about the relationship between ramp-driven investments and long-term adaptation benefits? If not, we can move on to the next question, which is that what existing methodologies exist for quantifying the climate adaptation value of a ramp-driven investment? So it gets at this same question, but it's asking, and maybe Brian, you could speak to this actually, is there a methodology for quantifying these benefits? Because you mentioned in kind of a general sense that there's a relationship, but or that there's a difference between the two, but is it possible to quantify them?
Yeah, so in the ramp context, I don't think I think I'm a quantitative person. I think you can quantify anything, right? As long as we characterize uncertainty. That's just me, right? But I think it's prudent to think about is what's the ultimate mitigation that we're looking at? What's the ultimate adaptation option? And also what's the timing of that adaptation option? One thing we have to consider is that, do I need to make an investment today or do I need to make an investment in the future? And I think that's something that we have to look at. And there's also the timing of that investment, that effective useful life of that investment. If I consider sort of things that I have to do every year, I'm just using examples here of, inspections, vegetation management. Those are year in, year out sort of activities. And I could determine how much more or less that I could, but they're with a great amount of uncertainty. Or I could consider, hey, do I put something in that's going to last 30 or 40 years? Let's say another flood control channel, something else like that. And it depends on when you would actually need to make that investment. There's other things that you can consider is, what is the integration point? And I think we've made this in a lot of our comments. What is the integration point to other planning activities? Do I need to make that now? Let's say in the case of the IPER, or do I need to make that in the future? And how much influence do we have on those activities? So there's a lot of different moving parts, and I know we keep on saying that, but it's really, we have to contextualize it in the specific risk that we're looking at. Hopefully that gives you a good context there.
Thanks, Brian. I think we're actually going to wrap up this section on that note. We should probably take a quick break. Oh yeah, go ahead, Judge.
Let me just make one other comment. This is a little bit of a preview, this slide, these discussion questions. We're going to do a deep dive into these questions on the October 2nd workshop to be held in the climate adaptation proceeding. And we'll hear again from Kristen there. So this is a little bit of a teaser, and we'll do a much deeper dive on this at that time. So hopefully if you're more active in the SMAP RDF proceeding, you can join that October 2nd meeting if you like. With that, back to you, Eddie.
Okay, great. Yeah, let's move on to the break. I know it's we're a little out of beyond our time schedule, but that's okay. Let's try to come back by 11:18. So that'll give us about 5 minutes, and we'll come back and you get to listen to me speak. So we'll be right back. Thanks, everybody. All right, everybody. 10:18. I hope everyone was able to get a cup of coffee or something. I don't drink coffee, but just in case you do. And I think we're going to jump right into this. I just wanted to mention that I think Judge Fogel said this in the chat, we're having a really good discussion today, so we may extend or shorten our lunch period slightly. Let's see how robust our discussion is here. I'm going to just take us through mainly the proposal that was submitted to the service lists. This will be the general content, and I'll just give us a brief background, talk a bit about some of the definitions and the differences between those just slightly, although Kristen already gave us a really good background. I'll go over just some examples that we've seen within the ramp filings, some of which Brian already mentioned, and also some GRC related stuff. But the meat of the proposal is really talking about if we were to have further ramp and Kava integration, what would that actually look like? We were cognizant of some of those limitations that we talked about in the last presentation, but we still wanted to give kind of an outline of what we thought needed to be changed in the RDF in order to make that possible. And then at the same time, though, we also wanted to provide a broader approach and thinking about how we could refine the RDF to incorporate a variety of different types of climate data, not necessarily just Kava. And we wanted to give you an idea of how that would look as well. So I'll go over those and then come back with some takeaways from those two different approaches. But just as a background, we've already talked about that. I think Judge Fogel mentioned that the risk OIR had actually started in the very beginning with an interest in integrating climate change into our risk framework. It was even suggested that there should be closer connection with R.18-04-019. In phase one, actually, of this proceeding, Public Advocate's Office was the first to mention potentially integrating the results of Kava submissions into the RAMP applications. And also in phase two, the environmental and social justice pilots do ask the utilities to evaluate how the proposed mitigations may actually impact climate resiliency, but only in the context of DVCs. But we do have a bit of a context to work with. And in phase three, our goal is really to address this more explicitly and to draw on lessons that are learned from the Kava proceeding. So just a reminder, what Kristen already presented, that the Kava is a two-step assessment that focuses on the impact of climate change, primarily on assets, operations, and services. And we've already discussed that there's 5 different hazards that are required in the analysis, and that there's 3 specific timeframes. And one additional point that Kristen alluded to is that the hazards that are identified within a climate change assessment are probabilistic impacts, and they have an impact on those assets, operations, and services over the course of these timeframes. I won't get too deep into these definitions. As Kristen mentioned, you can find them in some of the DWR reports. But one aspect that I wanted to emphasize is that the Kava submissions also include a list of adaptation options. And those are investments in climate adaptation measures that serve to offset the impact of climate hazards over a certain length of time. And currently, the IOUs do seek funding for those adaptation options in the GRC or potentially other cost recovery venues. This is maybe a familiar diagram for folks to this proceeding, but I thought it might just be helpful to kind of level set with others that, in contrast to the Kava proceeding, the way that we're thinking of risk is all centered around the risk event, which is a discrete moment in time. And exposure in this sense is really the kind of scale or the spatial surrounding that we think of around this risk event. And those include drivers that then have a certain propensity to create this risk event. And that together gives us the likelihood, or a likelihood that a risk event will occur. And once that risk event occurs, we have a certain number of outcomes, and those outcomes have consequences on the 3 different attributes that we take seriously within this proceeding: the safety, reliability, and the financial consequences. And those all aggregate into our consequence of a risk event. And then together, we multiply those out to get a monetized risk score, because we are now talking about risk as a monetized risk score, since the ramp filings are going to be shifting to the cost benefit approach as of the phase 2 decision, R.20-12-027, that came out last year. And that's first going to be addressed in PG&E's ramp. So I think that's the basic framing, but it does set up these slight differences between the RDF and the climate proceedings, some of which Kristen's already talked about. But I just wanted to mention that there is this difference between a discrete risk event and kind of the continuous aspect of a hazard. That doesn't necessarily prevent hazards from being downsampled or downscaled into discrete impacts at a given time, but it does set up a little bit of a difference between the 2 approaches. So also, in the ramps, we talk about mitigations, which is to reduce risk. In the CAVAs, we're going to be talking about adaptation options, and that's really about offsetting the impact of climate change. Now, also in the ramp, we talk about enterprise risks, whereas in the CAVA, we talk about assets, operations, and services. And there might be some overlap between those 2, but it really depends on the detailed analysis. Some of which I think SE was just describing, that there wasn't necessarily a one-to-one relationship there. Also, in the ramp, we typically think of likelihood in the context of annualized frequencies, whereas likelihood in a climate change context is usually talked about in probabilities, right? It's a probabilistic data that we're looking at, and so that's the approach that we tend to take within the CAVA, or that we would expect to take in the CAVA. And then, of course, there's this difference in timeline. We have a 4-year cycle in the ramp, and we have this multiple different timelines, but with a key focus on the 20 to 30-year outlook in the CAVA. Okay, now with those differences in mind, so far the IOUs have taken primarily a qualitative approach to climate change in the ramp applications. SE, as they mentioned, they're the only IOU that submitted a CAVA, and they discussed their adaptation options in their 2022 ramp. And they actually refined those adaptation options for the 2025 GRC. But all of that was in the context of a qualitative approach. Quantitatively speaking, I think I'm going to wait. I'm not going to talk too much of this in detail. It's in the proposal, but I believe that PG&E is actually going to be able to speak to this more directly this afternoon about how they address climate change quantitatively in their 2020 ramp. But just to note, I did notice that SCE mentioned that they, in their GRC, I believe they stated that they will begin downscaling GCMs to affect risk calculations related to PSPS, beginning like around 2025. Maybe we could talk about that a little bit in the Q&A if it comes up. But regarding the meat of the proposal that SPD put together, I'm going to first discuss the staff approach 1. And that's focused on this ramp CAVA integration that we've kind of been talking about already this morning. The following slides have a lot of text, and I'm not planning to go over it in detail. If there's any questions regarding the suggested changes to the RDF that we included in the proposal or the procedure or the reporting templates, I'm happy to go back to those slides during the Q&A. But I do want to highlight, with regards to the language change or the language addition, actually, to step A, row 11, I do want to emphasize that we felt it was necessary in the context of climate change that estimates for drivers should reflect both current and forecasted conditions associated with a given risk. The future forward approach of climate change really requires this, right? But this might not be the case for a number of the other risks that are typically reported in the ramp. So we felt that we needed to have some additional language in the RDF that only focuses on climate change in this particular instance and context. So that's why we've included this language in here. But there's additional language that's you can find within row 11 that's related to estimating drivers. Now, in this particular row, step 316, we only discuss adaptation options in this context. And just a reminder that This row in particular is associated with calculating the risk reduction benefits of mitigations. And we feel that requesting this level of analysis on adaptation options will prevent underestimating the risk reduction benefits of investments, or it can help prevent the potential for double recovery through the general rate case or other cost recovery venues. So, this row in particular is focused on how do we calculate mitigations, and then, how do we, that then will track through the rest of the RDF into cost efficiency metrics. And so, and then those cost efficiency metrics can be evaluated within the GRC or another cost recovery venue context. So we only discuss adaptation options here because staff approach 1 is associated, or it's focused on ramp and CAVA integration. But there's other relevant climate-related investments that probably deserve similar scrutiny. And Kristen kind of alluded to some of them that are outside of the CAVA scope. And we're going to kind of address that a little bit more in staff approach 2. So again, apologies for that wall of text. I don't really have anything specific to discuss on this slide, other than that it's just meant to this step-by-step approach is meant to be initialized in tandem with the RDF when an IOU is preparing their ramp filing. So I'm happy to come back to this slide if we need to in the Q&A. And then to assist in the ramp CAVA integration, staff also suggested a reporting template for including in IOU CAVA submissions. And this would help to ensure that it is easier for decision makers to draw connections between the hazards that are assessed in the CAVA and the risks analyzed in the ramp. Similarly, it would highlight the potential overlap that might occur between adaptation options and mitigations. And it also talks to some of this time horizon stuff that we heard SCE talking about, the difference in time horizon. But if we were going to have further CAVA and ramp integration, then this would also be a place where that could be designated within the template. And for staff approach 2, we're really taking a much broader approach. I'm not going to present you with another wall of text that's associated with either adjusting the language in the RDF or the details of the procedure that's associated with staff approach 2. So I have that language though in appendix slides, and we can go back to that text if you have any questions that are specific to it in the Q&A. But what I think is important to talk about is that the language in staff approach 2 is quite similar to what you saw in the previous slides, right? But there's a couple of important differences. So here we considered what would need to change in the RDF to facilitate the incorporation of all kinds of climate data models and projections within the ramp filing. Now that could also include any of the inputs into the CAVA and or even the results that come out of the CAVA. And additionally, staff approach 2 is focused on climate-related investments, which are any project that, in our minds, we think of this as any project that offsets the impact of climate hazards. So this could also include the adaptation options that are identified in the CAVA. But it could also include a whole range of different investments that are then identified in either the GRC or another cost recovery venue. Again, I'm happy to go over some of the details of that in the appendix slides if that's necessary. So just a few takeaways that we've come away with while putting this together, right? The first touches on these CAVA results. The CAVA results tend to focus on assets, the impact to assets, which makes them mainly relevant for evaluating reliability risk. It might be possible to do like a reanalysis of those results to consider what that means then for risk safety. In fact, in some ways, I believe that one of the comments in the earlier presentation, I believe it was Ariel Strauss was mentioning, the reliability impacts that come from shutting down during a PSPS event also has safety risks, those kind of knockoff effects. And that's that's possibly something that could be considered with a type of reanalysis of CAVA results. Right, and then CAVA results can also be translated into a degree of impact, which we could think of as a type of outcome using the risk bow tie. But because of the probabilistic nature of the CAVA results, they don't necessarily translate well into a frequency for estimating likelihood. And that's something we've talked about already. Now, CAVA inputs, in contrast, these are the data or the models that are going into the CAVA to create that submission. Those could be reanalyzed in a way that makes that data or those models relevant for all three attributes of a risk assessment. So not just reliability, but also safety and financial. Assuming the climate adaptation proceeding will provide guidance on how climate modeling should be done across all the commission proceedings, and that's going to be discussed, as Kristen mentioned, on October 2nd. Then staff approach 1 would help ensure that the RDF and ramp filings are also connected to those requirements. Move to next slide. So this broader approach in staff 2 allows the IOUs to be more creative in how they address climate change quantitatively in their ramp filings. It also will encourage the IOUs to draw from cutting edge science. It's a bit more broad, right? We're able to, with this type of approach, we could be using any type of modeling or data or projections. Now that could be a double-edged sword, because that means that the commission and parties would need to stay more up to date on changes in climate science. And at least at the moment, there would be less or little advance access to the IOU's climate modeling approach before it goes into the ramp. And so that is going to be something that's discussed about the timing of when a CAVA is filed and how it may be balanced with a filing of the ramp, but that's going to be discussed in later on in the climate adaptation proceeding. I think, there's so the pluses and minuses are diffuse across both approaches, but I just wanted to mention that staff is currently leaning towards staff approach 2, because then the IOUs would need to explicitly consider potential risk reduction benefits from a wide selection of investments, which could reduce the potential for double recovery across the commission's proceedings. But at the same time, we wanted to open both of these approaches up for input and feedback from parties, because there may be something that we've missed, and we would appreciate hearing from all of you on both approaches. So we've included them both in the proposal, and we're looking forward to hearing more of your thoughts during the Q&A. And I do see that Katie has put a couple of questions into the chat, and Stephen Raul Torres from SCE actually has their hand up. I think actually I'm going to address Katie's questions real quick, and then maybe we'll hear from Stephen. Fully track the difference between adaptation and, so it's adaptation option and mitigation. They're both a type of investment, but as we were talking about earlier, one of the lexicon maybe issues is that a mitigation is specific to short-term risk reduction here in the risk OIR. An adaptation option is more long-term. It's looking at the future impacts of climate change and what types of investments can we take technically today to help prepare for that impact in a 10 to 20 year time frame or a 20 to 30 year time frame. So that's the primary difference, I would say. Oh, go ahead, Kristen.
Oh, Judge Fogel, yeah, you had your hand up too. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Kristen.
Oh, I was just going to say, Katie, you're on the right track with that second part of your question when you're saying they seem conceptually similar. Is it a matter of venue? That is something that we're going to be thinking about and addressing again in the October 2nd workshop. I do think that separating out these types of investments by venue is kind of the most prudent approach, given that, not only just risk mitigation, climate adaptation, but also wildfire mitigation, general reliability requirements, O&M, like these investments can look really similar to one another. And they can also just achieve multiple objectives at once, depending about what you're talking about. So focusing on the venue, I think is sort of the direction that we are going to be heading.
Yeah, and just to add to that a little, we also saw Edison, so Southern California Edison did identify some 2030 adaptation options in their CAVA. And then we saw a few proposals show up on their GRC application that stemmed from that analysis. And so the procedural difference is those have not been subject to any, RSE analysis, even though they're relatively addressing, relatively the short term. So that is related to the venue observation. But yes, depending on the venue, there might be different requirements currently in place to assess the cost benefits, et cetera. So thanks for that question. And like Kristen said, we'll be talking about that more on October 2nd.
And maybe, Judge Vogel, before we go to the larger Q&A questions, I see a hand raised from Stephen Raul-Torres. So if Stephen, you'd like to unmute?
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Stephen Torres. I kind of lead our climate adaptation work, working very closely with Kristen and her team. Just want to make a clarification that I think is important to make. The way we've treated adaptation options in the CAVA is that adaptation options are a very broad set of potential solutions to both 2030 and 2050 risks. Only a subset of those adaptation options become GRC requests. So when we're thinking about a reporting template of CAVA results that impact risk and ramp, only that subsegment that we are actually taking to the GRC, those will become projects and those will have the ability to reduce risk. So I just want to make sure that the lexicon again back, it's kind of well understood that the CAVA itself has a myriad of options that are in feasibility and cost, have a very broad sort of broad set of outcomes. And then we take that list and we down select from those investments that we think are appropriate to make in the GRC funding period. And those become potential projects, and those are the ones that we should be reporting on because those are the ones that are going to potentially reduce other risks. I hope that's clear.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification, Stephen. It's really helpful, and it kind of points to that we might need to be thinking about defining both climate adaptation, adaptation option and adaptation investment.
Yep.
Something like that. So.
Hey, Chris, before you speak, could we have Katie? Did you want to add something specific to what Stephen just said?
Well, I just wanted to ask Stephen, what is the criteria? Sorry, I have a mint in my mouth. What is the criteria that you're down selecting these adaptation options are on? And, once you've down selected and they start going into your, I guess, portfolio of investments, are you then running them through the RSE process as well?
So I'll address the last part of your question first. So the answer is no. We're not using that framework because again, it's a different regulatory venue. But answering your first question, we test for 2 or 3 filters before adaptation options become projects. First and foremost, because of the funding window of the GRC, we focus strictly on 2030 risks that were emerging, right? So we only sort of took a subsegment of those adaptation options that were mitigating 2030 climate risk. So that's the first filter. The second filter, it's about consequence, right? So we look at financial reliability and safety consequences of potentially not having this adaptation investment in place. And then the last one that we also look at is feasibility. We kind of, we do a deeper dive technically on the first adaptation option idea that we had in the CAVA, and then work with our SMEs to refining what that might look like in terms of something that we propose is actually implementable versus a preliminary idea that we had a year before. So hopefully that answers your question.
I have one follow-up to that. Is there, in that feasibility study, are you also including cost?
Excuse me, sorry, excuse me. This is Chris Vias with SCE. I apologize, but I feel the need to break in here. Mr. Torres has carefully been talking only about our process and speaking in generalities. I would note that, Eddie, I think your question is getting a little closer to specifics of our GRC request and how we arrived at it and what criteria we were specifically applying. And I would just note, with respect to ALJ Fogel and to the parties and to the staff, that our GRC is an open rate setting proceeding and our ramp is not yet closed, and that is an open rate setting proceeding. So SCE, if we are speaking in certain generalities, it is only for that reason in this setting, since this workshop was not noticed, for example, in our GRC. Thank you, and I apologize again for interrupting.
No, actually, that's a really valid point, Chris. I agree, and actually, I think it's important to mainly just speak in generalities about that particular issue. So that makes sense to me.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, but I think though, Stephen, you can actually answer that question though, right? About whether or not cost was actually used as part of the feasibility.
In general, yes. I mean, you have numbers. All are presented GRC investment requests have a budget associated with it. So I think we can say that yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
And I want to point out a sort of a disjunct maybe is which we talked about earlier, which is that the CAVA, the shortest time period that the CAVA asks for analysis for is 10 years. And so, Stephen, you're talking about, as a result of that analysis and an investment proposal coming in, GRC addressing a shorter time frame, and also not being subject to the RLC necessarily in-house by Edison. So I think we're not going to go too much deeper into this issue today. Again, we'll talk about it in a second, but it is part of the area that we see just a need for a little bit more guidance and clarity. What's the best approaches? So, if you want to respond to that.
No, I think I thought it was just helpful for you all to understand this sort of the fact that not all adaptation options become GRC requests in the context of reducing risk. I think it's an important distinction to have for all our stakeholders, awareness, but also understanding.
No, agreed. Thanks so much for that.
Let's go ahead. I think Judge Fogel, did you have a couple of questions that you wanted to ask from this?
So, and I think, Eddie, what we want to go to about 12:15, if necessary, to sort of have some discussion time here. So sorry for a little bit of a late start to the lunch, but hopefully that won't prevent us from having some discussion here. We just wanted to open up to comments and questions regarding Eddie's presentation on behalf of the Safety and Policy Division and the two approaches he presented, which is on the one hand, approach one is really requiring consideration of either the CAVA inputs or the CAVA results in the RDF, in the risk-based decision-making framework, and considering specifically the risk mitigation benefits of CAVA-driven adaptation investments in the RDF. Or number two, also sort of shifting to an approach where utilities are essentially required to take a crack at quantitatively assessing climate risks in the RDF, but leaving it more flexible as to how that's done, allowing consideration of the CAVA inputs as well as results, but also allowing consideration of other data. And then in tandem with that, then requiring consideration of not only the risk mitigation benefits of CAVA adaptation investments, but also any other similar investments that may have adaptation benefits, for instance, resiliency-driven investments in particular. So those are just to kind of recap the two results, and just wanted to see if what folks thought about that. This is your chance to comment and give us an early preview of your thinking and any questions you have.
And we have two hands up, so maybe Greg Flores, did you want to go first?
Sure, I'm happy to. Thanks again, Eddie. Again, I'm from SoCal Gas. If you wouldn't mind, could you return to, I believe it's slide 34, that references the IOU's enterprise risk registries.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, you know, I first of all, I'm really looking forward to the earlier comment, the results of establishing a lexicon, because, you know, certainly I think we all believe that words matter. And so the reference, and I'm not sure that this is exactly where I wanted to go, but there's a reference about the requirement or the expectation that, you know, driving which risks should be included in our enterprise risk registries. And, you know, our enterprise risk registries is an internal process. They're utilized for many reasons beyond these regulatory requirements. So I kind of want to pause that. I would prefer that, you know, if we're going to have such a requirement, that it's in the context of the RAMP report and not necessarily putting requirements upon us on our internal processes.
Yes, I see. Well, the RDF itself is designed specifically to guide the RDF context. I don't believe that it's written in a way that would require you to necessarily adjust your internal process. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, if you look at the attachment A in the settlement agreement, and
yeah,
also attachment in the new OIR
yeah,
result, it refers to the enterprise risk registry really as a starting point in which to assess our safety risks and do that. And it establishes that requirement of the 40% of our top safety risks to be included as a minimum. But again, you know, I understand the spirit of this. I just get nervous a little bit that it could be interpreted as being prescriptive. And that's my only point.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. I believe Ariel Strauss had their hand up first. So Ariel, would you like to unmute?
Yes, thank you. This is Ariel Strauss for SBUA. Regarding the possibility of expanding or offering more flexibility with the data sources that could be available and utilized, particularly as a smaller party, SBUA has some concern about the cost, complexity, and uncertainty of this approach. And while conceptually recognizing some advantages, my question is, what advantages do you anticipate might flow from that? And how would that be managed against, let's say, additional lack of consensus or dispute about the efficacy of different data sources? Because I know we did have some initial discussion about the data sources in a prior phase of this proceeding. And I'm curious how the thinking worked on the staff side to assess that balance.
And I assume that you're referring specifically to just staff approach 2 that has a more open-ended approach to what types of data can be included.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I think in terms of you know, first thing to mention is that if it was, you know, adopted, it would actually require that the utilities use at least some type of climate data model and projections, and that could include the CAVA and/or CAVA results. So there is the fact that at least that data source is one that's already been, you know, I guess, vetted by the commission. As for the other, you know, data models and projections, our feeling is that climate science changes very quickly, and we may find that, or the utilities may find that there's a, you know, a more relevant and a better refined set of data that's out there that's specific to kind of short-term risk. And so that was kind of our thought process for, thinking through whether or not we needed to have a more broad approach to what types of data should be inclusive within such an approach. Something that it would give the option of including data that's actually much more closely identified with the type of risk analysis that's being done in the ramp.
Yeah, and I think, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, LJ, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, I mean, I think your point about, how would such data be vetted is out of one of your main points is a good question. I don't think we've thought through all the details of that. So if you have more thoughts on that.
Thank you. Could I ask a follow-up question, Eddie? Just do you have in mind some specific data sources other than, I think Takava is a good example. I think that'd be helpful to allow that to be utilized more fully. I guess from external data sources, did you have data sources in mind that sort of have evolved and become available that sort of fall outside what you think the utilities would be able to use under current framework? Or you're more thinking that you recognize it's an evolving field and this type of thing may happen or does happen?
Yeah, definitely the latter. I don't have a list of data sources that we feel would be beneficial to such analyses. We know that they exist, but I don't think we would get to the point where we would prescribe a list of specific data sources.
You haven't pinpointed something, and okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Let's see. Miles Gordon, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to reflect a bit on staff approach to in light of Energy Division's presentation, and because it seems like please correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like staff approach to would involve direct integration of GCMs into the RDF, which Kristen seemed to be concerned about. So I guess I'm just wondering if there's any thoughts on that.
Well, actually, I would say that one of the reasons that we think staff approach 2 may be a better approach is specifically because, if we leave the data source slightly more flexible, then it doesn't require the necessity of integrating GCM models that introduce a lot of different complexity and uncertainty. There could be other data that's out there that perhaps, like I said, is more relevant to the type of risk-related analysis that we're doing and don't necessarily carry the same baggage that the climate models do. Yeah, go ahead, Kristen.
Yeah, I just want to jump in here. So again, I want to underline that the majority of my presentation was focusing on the bias that would be brought in if we were to treat global climate models the same way that we treat historical data currently within the existing RDF framework. There are alternative approaches that are there's a vast amount of them that are beyond the DWR approach that I cited, and utilizing global climate projections, you could do that in a way where you're using them to perturb the historical record, for example. And that's what the IRP modeling team has been looking into. So I think recognizing that I'm not saying, no GCMs, no CAVA data. I am standing behind the assertion that GCMs are better at looking at the future climate than historical data is. But there's just, we need to be cognizant that the plug and play approach is just not going to work. And we're kind of coming to this conclusion, the more that we look into all of the different planning processes across proceedings, there's likely no uniform approach that's going to work for the RAMP and the IRP and RA and the IPER demand forecast. Everybody's taking different approaches for how to integrate this data. So we are not saying at all that GCM shouldn't be included. We're just saying that it needs to be much more creative and more carefully done than just plug and play.
I think Jade had their hand up first. So Jade, if you wanted to mention something, then we have a couple of questions in the chat that I think we'll get to.
Thanks, Eddie. Jade again, SDG&E. Referencing back to slide, I believe it was 28, it's mentioned that lore times core equals monetized benefits.
Yep.
There you go. With this, I'm just little worried that the reference may suggest that the climate hazards are to be modeled by expected values, to which we reiterate the importance of modeling the tail risks as well as discussed in the last workshop, Twig 2, to prevent the catastrophic events such as wildfires. Moreover, tail risks and expected values are not the same, to which we hope to further elaborate and clarify in a future workshop as well. We think this just needs further clarification and discussion just to ensure that the cost benefit framework and its intended progress don't undervalue the mitigations. This ties back well with other comments made today as well on the timeframes of the study and how that can impact our view in ramp.
Okay.
Thank you.
Katie, did you have something on that specifically?
I just wanted to point out that the RDF requires that the EV, the expected value, be calculated. The tail risk can be provided in addition to the expected value.
Thanks. Yeah, I was just going to mention that I don't really see how talking about the lower times the core would necessarily negate addressing tail risk. It's still very possible to do that. And also that's something that we've already discussed in workshop 2 of this proceeding. So I don't see that it would prevent that. But I appreciate Jade's comment, and yeah, it would be something that we take into consideration. Great. Actually, I see the folks at PG&E have turned their camera on, and the split screen's all working. You guys are looking great. But can we just go to the chat real quick, because those questions have been there for a while. I just wanted to at least address Jonathan Webster's question. Would IOUs in either approach be required to consider even quantify climate change impacts of the various ramp-driven investments themselves? I was wondering if, John, you could provide us with an example of a climate change impact that comes from the ramp-driven investment. How would a ramp-driven investment create a climate change impact?
Hi, John Webster here for Protect Our Communities Foundation. Something like a greenhouse gas emissions assessment for an investment that was driven by the ramp proceedings.
Could you give an example of a ramp-driven investment that has additional greenhouse gas investment?
Well, yeah, I just want to point out the issue of this is an issue that's not really in scope in this workshop of emissions impacts.
Yeah, thanks. That's a good point. I appreciate that, Judge Fogel. Maybe we'll move on to another question. Let's see. Well, okay, we'll let the folks at PG&E give their question first, and then Dr. Feinstein will come back to yours in the chat.
Thank you, Eddie. This is Vincent from PG&E. I just wanted to mention in regards to the two options that you presented, Eddie, that obviously we're still mulling our response here. Something we're considering that, and we've heard in the discussions, kind of good arguments for either side. But I just wanted to point out that as far as the presentation that we'll be doing in the afternoon, essentially our proposal is a kind of prototyping proposal, right? It's basically, the reason we're taking a prototyping approach is because we don't know what really works right now, what doesn't work right now, right? So we want to iteratively refine. So I think, I think the approach that lets us do that, to consider more data than just what's in the cover. I think Eric was just pointing out to me that there might be some hazards that are not in cover that we might want to consider. So that's, for example, one situation, right? So the approach that gives us more that flexibility to bring in all this information, I think is probably something that when you kind of consider our approach, has merit.
Great. Thanks, Vincent. And we'll look forward to hearing more from you guys this afternoon. So Dr. Feinstein asked, with respect to integration with the RDF, 3 questions seem relevant. Do adaptations have consequences that cannot be captured by changes in the levels of the 3 attributes, safety, reliability, and financial? Do adaptations do anything other than change the likelihood of occurrence or the consequences of occurrence of a risk event? does climate change add additional risk events that ought to be considered in the RDF? Yes. So at least for the third point, I think both of the approaches that we've written into the proposal do allow for the ability to add additional risk events that are related to climate change, but haven't been included in an enterprise risk registry, and that's actually one of the points that I think we were just discussing a few minutes ago. It needs to be adjusted, at least in the context of the ramp. Yeah, as far as do adaptations have consequences that cannot be captured by changes in the levels of the three attributes? I'd be curious to see, Dr. Feinstein, if you had any examples of something that would fall outside of that scope, although it may not be possible for us to consider that in this proceeding, since those three attributes are pretty central to the RDF. But it would be interesting just to hear if you have any thoughts on it. Or any other parties for that matter.
Not sure if Mr. Feinstein will chime in, but I think he's drawing our attention in some ways back to the question we've been debating on and off today, which is what are the benefits of climate adaptations in terms of reducing risks? Or alternatively, what are the benefits of risk mitigation investments in addressing long-term adaptation needs? So it's something we're definitely considering. We'll talk more about October 2nd. I think Eddie's presentation primarily focused on, well, not primarily, but we've been talking a little bit more about sort of the data inputs in terms of identifying how climate hazards are perhaps increasing risks, increasing the frequency of risk events.
Great.
Oh, go ahead, Eddie.
Oh, I was just going to say that maybe we could start digging through some of these other discussion questions, but go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, sure. I wanted to also speak to Ariel Strauss put a note in the chat regarding the expanding data sources. And Mr. Strauss notes, I want to note the topic 2 of the R.19-10-054, which is in rulemaking R.18-04-019, discuss appropriate data sources, models and tools, etc. So recommendations should take into account comments submitted previously. I think that's a good point, Ariel, and we will take a look at that again. And it's also what in a different rulemaking that consideration occurred in the climate adaptation rulemaking. And what we're talking now is about considering what could be appropriate data inputs into the RDF, which is, as we know, a very particular kind of risk assessment framework. And hopefully we'll have a little more time this afternoon to come back to sort of talk about data sources a little bit more. I'm not sure we want to go too much more into it right now, just because of pending lunch break.
Yeah, and I did see that Brian Landry had his hand up. Brian, if you have a quick question, yeah.
Hey guys, so just one quick, I think, response to Dr. Feinstein. If we go back to the bow tie, just the way we're contemplating it now, I think there's some nuance, and I want parties to sort of understand that climate can impact all parts of the bow tie, right? It can impact the exposure, the spatial extent, the temporal extent. It can impact the drivers and the driver frequency. It can impact the types of risk events that we have. As we've noted, we can have different risk events that meet the merit of having a safety impact. And then, as Eddie pointed out, it could also change the outcomes and the outcome percentages. So it all depends on which climate driver or climate hazard that's driving this. And it could influence all parts of the bow tie, and it could influence them at different timeframes at different utilities. So it's more complex. And I think going to the, that's at the baseline, but going to the other example, it may be prudent to look at what it would look like in the future, given that we know that mitigations are sometimes long-lived. So there is sensitivities that galore that we can actually explore here. So it's really complex, and I'm appreciating the conversation that we're having here.
Great, thanks. Katie, I saw you brought your video online. Feel free.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back to the attributes question that Chuck had raised, Dr. Feinstein had raised, and I don't know that Turn can speak to this question. I think we're really here in a information gathering mode and looking for people that have been more engaged on the climate proceeding or the utilities to identify whether there's additional attributes that need to be considered or updated, or, you know, I think that was the gist of the question, is how do we understand how the RDF, we know how the RDF, well, not, no, we're a part of how the RDF operates now. But what are the potential changes that we need to be considering? And I think that's that question and why it's being posed.
Okay. Great.
Sorry, let me just see if I understand, Katie. You're saying that climate hazards, potentially climate adaptations, may result in sort of benefits to considering other attributes, for instance, the environmental attributes a bit more, that kind of the gist of it?
Yeah, you know, I unfortunately have a long history with this proceeding, and in the early days of developing the multi-attribute value function, you know, we did a test drive, and in that test drive, we had attributes that were beyond safety, reliability, and financial. And it was later morphed into this. And so I think that's exactly my thought, Judge Fogel, is do we need to be thinking about whether additional attributes should be considered for scoring or seeing how risk scores change once we're integrating how climate change adjusts risk and their mitigations.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's not something that I've talked about or thought about much recently, about the other potential attributes. Broadening the question.
Great. I'll take us back to some of these questions real quick. I think we've got about maybe 5 minutes, but we can go a little bit longer if we want. So I think we've kind of actually answered some of definitely the first question and the second question. I'm wondering, you know, Judge Vogel, did you want to take some of the other questions that are here?
Go ahead, Eddie.
Sure. So like, yeah, beyond the SPD proposal, are there other steps the utilities or the commission should take to ensure appropriate modeling of climate change risks and communication of associated uncertainties in the IOU, RAMP, and GRC filings? I don't know if anyone has any thoughts of, oh, go ahead, Kristen.
Yeah, I kind of just wanted to speak, I think, to the first half of this question, specifically about ensuring appropriate modeling of climate change risks. So something very notable that's happening this year is that the electricity demand forecast that comes from the Integrated Energy Policy Report by January, once it gets adopted, is going to be considered from this point forward climate informed for all intents and purposes. They're using GCMs to determine the electricity demand forecast as sort of like the drivers that increase load. It's going to flow into how the typical meteorological year is calculated, as well as the one and ends that flow into transmission and distribution reliability planning. So with all of that in mind, understanding that sort of like the general commission planning processes and utility planning processes are now going to be underpinned by an electricity demand forecast that accounts for climate change. We are definitely considering like what else is left to fill the gaps. We have the CAVA, we have the RAMP, and now we have climate informed forecasts, electricity demand forecasts. So thinking about filling those gaps is something we're going to be talking about in the October 2nd workshop. Once again, it just feels like a big long ad for that workshop. But I just wanted to add that context before people start jumping in on this question.
Great. Any other thoughts on this particular topic? It's a little bit broad, but if you have any thoughts that kind of go beyond the scope of the proposal that SPD put together, please do let us know. I think I'm going to skip the next question because I do kind of want to get to two questions that are on the next slide. And they're kind of the reverse of some of the discussion we had earlier this morning. So that's, which midterm to long-term climate-related investments, right? That could be the adaptation options, adaptation investments, these resiliency investments. Do they serve to mitigate any near-term risk? So if there's any thoughts about that, we'd be very interested. And then if there is, how should near-term risk reduction benefit of a climate-related investment be quantified in the IOU's ramp filings? We would be interested to hear any thoughts on that. Or I guess the other question to ask is, does this concern that we've identified about the potential for double costing across different proceedings, is that something that we can develop an approach to address within the RDF? No?
Well, it's an important question. I think, we'll see if anyone has anything to add right now today. We'll also end up ending that kind of question, including that kind of question in the ruling following up. But we are, it does seem to be a valid question. And again, it's one that both proceedings are considering right now. So it is somewhat overlapping, but also distinct types of investments, risk mitigation investments, adaptation investment. How do we avoid double recovery and not considering the benefits of those investments when considering?
And possibly everyone needs lunch to think through that particular question. And it is 12:15, so I am happy to have us break for lunch, and we can come back at 1 o'clock. And we could always have, we do have time later on in the workshop to actually have some follow-up questions, and so we could come back to that. So I think let's go ahead and break for lunch if there's nothing burning. Folks are probably hungry. And we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Does that work for everybody? A 45-minute lunch? Yeah.
That sounds good, Eddie. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Katie.
It was an errant hand. I clicked my mouse to life and it was hovering.
Very good. All right. We'll see you guys all at 1 o'clock. Thanks. Thanks, George. Great. So I think, just to be mindful of time, I think we'll get started. I know that I didn't finish my pizza, so I might go off camera a few times to take a bite, but I think we'll go ahead and give PG&E the floor to talk to us about climate change. And if you guys just need me to forward to a slide, just give me a shout and I will push you in that direction.
All right, thank you. My name is Eric, who I'll be presenting on behalf of Nathan Bankston. If you want to go ahead and go to the next slide. I'm part of PG&E's climate resilience team, which is responsible for conducting the company's first climate adaptation vulnerability assessment. And in addition, we work with various teams across PG&E on integrating climate change data into our risk and planning processes. For further background, just to note that PG&E did submit a white paper on this topic, That paper forms the basis of this presentation. The presentation today is aiming to provide the perspective of PG&E on two key questions, namely, should analysis or results from the IOU climate adaptation and vulnerability assessments inform quantitative risk modeling of climate hazards using the risk-based decision-making framework? And question two, how should climate hazards be reflected in the risk assessment mitigation phase filings? PG&E's proposal is informed not only from our prior work in the 2020 RAMP filing to integrate enterprise risk management and changes in climate conditions, but also the ongoing climate adaptation vulnerability assessment that the company will be filing in May 2023, concurrently with our 2023 RAMP. One of our overall objectives is to highlight a potential path forward of integrating climate change projections into the RDF proceedings that will result in increased transparency for others and the company to better understand how climate change is impacting utility assets and operations. However, this is a very complex topic, and we want to stress that PG&E and other utilities are still in the early stages of their CAVA filings and in fully detailing the ways and mechanisms that projected climate change will impact utility assets and operations. As part of just level setting for this conversation, with the current background on this complex issue that we discussed previously today, we know that there are multiple approaches to the integration of CAVA and RAMP filings. And we further kind of support comments and other issues that were raised that kind of are supportive of flexibility and an iterative approach. As a result of all these issues that were raised earlier and our own past experience on this topic, we want to be clear that this presentation and framework proposal are aimed to further the conversations and make improvements over the current state of climate impact analysis in RAMP filings in a way that overall improves the integration of CAVA and RAMP modeling and filings, while not excluding other approaches as the California utilities go through the first full cycle of filing CAVAs over the next few years. We are very interested in seeking feedback to ensure that this proposal really aims to further what we think is the larger question, namely, how can the Commission support and IOUs enact necessary climate adaptation investments given the existing risk-based framework for evaluating investment proposals? To this end, we have posed several questions for consideration today. Does PG&E's proposal for a CAVA RDF integrative framework improve upon the current state? How should the RDF be modified to address PG&E and SPDD's proposal? Does PG&E's path forward maintain both the onus and flexibility necessary for IOUs to continue to comply with RAMP and make necessary climate-informed decisions? Are there alternative approaches needing further consideration? We look forward to this being a productive and informative dialogue today and ongoing. With that, can you go ahead and jump to the next slide? Given the urgency of addressing climate change impacts, we consider our proposal a two-pronged approach that will allow for all California IOUs to continue to use their CAVA reports to inform their own internal risk assessments and their RAMP filings, while also allowing for PG&E to continue to pilot the further evaluation of climate hazard impacts through this regulatory proceeding. A key benefit of this approach is that the proposal will not lock in a methodology for quantifying climate hazards in the RDF and will create the space for a flexible and iterative approach to the integration of CAVAs and quantitative risk modeling. We know climate science will continue to evolve, and as all the IOUs complete and file their own CAVAs, we want to create a framework that will allow for best practices to develop. At this stage, we do not know enough to say that there is a right way to consider the future impacts of climate change and quantitative risk modeling. We do know that this is a priority issue and are committed to making positive steps to consider this issue. Given the still early stages of the California utilities CAVA filings and a lack of an agreed upon standard reporting framework, PG&E believes that any framework to integrate climate data and risk assessments and results from utility CAVAs needs to be focused on general guidelines rather than being overly prescriptive at this stage. Hence, PG&E's proposal to conduct a pilot study on the CAVA RDF integration framework by Q4 2025. The aim of this is to allow the IOUs the flexibility to continue their current climate modeling efforts in a way that each IOU can make their own best case for climate-based investments and adaptations appropriate for their own RDF CAVA processes. I'll now hand things off to Vincent to discuss the path forward within the RDF OIR.
Thanks, Eric. So on this slide, on the kind of right side of the slide, I wanted to present the kind of essential elements of our proposed CAVA RDF integration framework, right? So it centers around 5 kind of elements. One is cumulative risk measures. So kind of things that we want to try out in this proposal is to utilize a cumulative view of climate risk to improve climate change impact representation. We all know, I think we heard earlier from Kristen that the impact on climate change is incremental. It's small. It's small from year to year, right? So maybe cumulative risk measures can help us to ascribe more importance, the correct amount of importance to climate change. Next kind of element in our proposal is a scenario-based approach to hazard quantification. Out of CAVA, out of the other climate modeling, we get hazards, right? We get hazard scenarios, and those serve two purposes. One is, they quantify what the impacts of climate change are. The other also, they also help you to frame in question what new risks could arise from these change situation, right? From these new climate projections. So that's why we're thinking about scenario-based approach to hazard quantification. Number 3, I think we heard this discussion earlier, also in Energy Division's presentation, I should say, confidence ranges, right? So what we're talking about is that, I saw in an earlier slide that we talked about point estimates. As you see, point estimates, I think Kristen made, no pun intended, but Kristen made the point that point estimates are false precision. So the way to deal with that, a way to deal with that, we have ranges. So that's another element of our proposal. Another one here is scenario-based approach to modeling cascading events. So we identify in the CAVA, identify these cascading events. One thing leads to another. And so as you see in the slides further on, our current risk framework is kind of risk specific, one risk at a time. So for us to model cascading events, we need to figure out what they are first. That's the scenario-based approach, and then we define them as events themselves. So more talk on that later. And then finally, uncertainty analysis. This is the topic, in the risk OIR, not just for climate, but in general. We talked about this topic in workshop 1. How do we quantify, how do we recognize, how do we characterize the uncertainty in any estimates, whether it be from climate change, or just general modeling kind of uncertainty. So in that workshop 1, we talked about a transparency proposal that came out of phase 1 of the risk OIR. And to a large extent, I think the issues that were brought up in that discussion also apply to climate variables. So let's use that transparency proposal or modifications of it to kind of address the topic about uncertainty around our climate modeling and climate variables. So let's move on to the next slide. Before I get to the kind of elements in the previous slide, I just wanted to lay some groundwork in this slide and the next one. And so one question we asked ourselves at PG&E when we talked about RDF and CAVA integration, right? This first thing that we wanted to identify was what is the formal framework for these two proceedings, the RDF and the CAVA? So what formal elements can we integrate together, right? So On the RDF side, we saw an SPD slide earlier, risk in dollars is equals to likelihood times consequence, and the risk equals to law times core. If you ask me what is the RDF framework, I think that's basically, and I think Eddie will agree with me, that in one sentence, that's basically the RDF framework. Can't get away from that. That is the framework. I wanted to mention some things here that I think will come up later. It's interesting to note that over here I said that this framework, I kind of wrote it out a little mathematically. Okay, it's an expected consequence, and it's basically the probability of a risk event X multiplied by the expected consequence given that the risk event happens, right? The average consequence given the risk event happens. And one thing I want to point out was that it's a quote unquote deterministic value. It's deterministic in the sense that if you knew for certain the probability of that event is 60%, if you knew for certain that the expected consequence for that risk event is $1 million, then you know that expected value, that risk in dollars, is deterministic. So that's a sense in which it's deterministic, because in real life, do we know whether the probability for certain is 60%? Probably we don't. Do we know that the expected values are modeled by the log normal distribution with a $10 million mean and $1 million standard deviation? Well, it's like they may be modeled by a log normal distribution. Maybe that's the best. It could be. Maybe the mean is $11 million, not $10 million, right? So it's deterministic, and I mentioned deterministic in the sense, kind of to help kind of zero in on what we want to talk about later on. On the Kava side, I think the elements that we can integrate is basically Kava, as far as climate change, is represented by a set H I call it set H, of measurable probabilistic hazards, right? So basically, the hazards could be extreme temperatures, sea level rise, and I'm sure there are other hazards, either in, doesn't matter, GCM 8.5 or RCP, but basically it's a set of hazards that you can measure. You can ascribe numbers to these. It's quantifiable what these hazards look like now, what they'll look like in the future. We'll have projections for that. Important thing to realize that this set H, right, consists of all these random variables. We don't know for certain that sea level rise is going to be at a certain level in the future. We just have a distribution around it. We don't know what temperatures are going to do for certain in the future, but we have modeling that can tell us probabilistically what could happen in the future. So the other thing that struck out to us when we talk about the Kava and climate modeling is scenario analysis, right? So what are scenario analysis? Scenario analysis is basically kind of snapshot representations of what this set of varying climate variables could be. They're basically snapshots, and they could be based on modeling, that we do, could be based on projections, so on and so forth. But basically, the point values, the snapshots. I should mention that when I talk about these extreme temperatures and these hazards, they're actually not just one value, but they're basically a time series, right? You could have a projection on how the extreme temperature trajectory is going to look like for the next 50 years. Sea level rise could have a trajectory over the next 50 years, so on and so forth. Important thing to realize that trajectory itself is to complement energy division's earlier use of the word non-stationary. That stochastic is stochastic. It's probabilistic, and it follows a probabilistic pattern over time, right? So, but that doesn't change anything. You could still get a scenario that's basically a expected projected scenario, projected trajectory for sea level rise or temperature. So these are kind of like the two. I would think that these are the two kind of framework concepts, that components that we want to try to integrate together in this RDF/Kava integration proposal. So let's move on to the next slide. So one thing I wanted to mention first is that when we talk about hazards, for example, measurable sea rise, measurable temperature, those are not risk events, right? Because the RDF is pretty specific. It's an event-driven risk, right? Event-driven risk, for example, in our modeling, wildfire ignitions are event. So basically, how do we tie from one thing to make clear first is that hazards are not the same as risk events, but they do affect risk events, right? So in PG&E's kind of modeling framework, we have something called cross-cutting factors. But in general, basically, the hazards could affect or something that affects either your driver or the consequences that are associated with risk events. So that's one thing to recognize. So it's not a straight one-to-one, we can take hazards and call them events. No, can't do that. So how should we think about this problem, right? So one thing I was thinking about is recognizing that risk in future years is conditional on climate outcomes. This might sound a bit, the page might be a bit formal, but I think it hopefully kind of helps set the groundwork for this discussion. So basically, how do we represent that, in equation form? Basically, we have that vertical bar line, right? The vertical bar line basically says condition. Our risk measure, the amount of risk we have today is conditional on what the likelihood is going to do because of climate and how the consequence is going to be because of climate, right? So it's going to be the likelihood conditional on climate times the consequence conditional on climate. So basically, you can see I wrote it out also mathematically what that means. But the whole point of this is basically this. Originally, we started out with a kind of deterministic expected value for our risk in dollars. But now, because we're conditioning all our numbers on what actually happens to the climate, that deterministic number itself is turned into a random value. So you can have an expected value that's also a random value because it depends on the underlying climate outcomes. So the key point here is that because climate is still changing over time, it's random, the risk value itself is no longer deterministic. And I think it kind of ties back to what Eddie and Kristen were saying earlier. Basically, is that we're going to have all these, climate itself is uncertain, so the risk modeling itself is going to be uncertain. But basically, this is the framework that shows that in a more formal manner. Interesting thing to note here, right? So if you look at the new equation for likelihood times consequence, it says expected risk, that's the conditional on H is equals to the probability of the event conditional on H multiplied by the consequence conditional on H. What that means is that, depending on what H actually turns out to be, it could affect your probability. Depending on what H turns out to be, it could affect the distribution for your consequences. So not only is it's like the H, it's like the climate outcomes did shape the distributions themselves. So that's the additional kind of factor of uncertainty that climate brings. So that kind of puts into kind of hope it illustrates. For example, when we use multipliers in our likelihood, multipliers in our consequences, kind of puts that into some perspective, right? Because it could be that one of the ways that the climate affects the likelihood could be a multiplier, and likewise with the consequence, could be that one of the ways that it affects the consequence, it could amplify the consequences. So that's basically, I think, how we should think about this. So let's go on to the next slide. Oh, a bit small. So Eddie, if you could kind of, if you can make it a little bit bigger. Okay. So in this slide, I thought the best way to illustrate the 5 components we had in our proposal was in a spreadsheet example. First off, I want to mention all these numbers are illustrative numbers. They're in the non-dollars, they're in risk units, and so on and so forth, but the pure illustrative numbers, right? So in the top section, you can see that there's a section there labeled called ramp. So these are typically what you would get out of your kind of ramp report. You would get risk scores, risk values per year, per risk, right? So you see a number there for 2027, a number there for 2028 for different risks. I had four risk examples here: wildfire, large uncontrolled water release, so on. This is your typical ramp analysis here. And basically, those risk numbers, you can see on the top of them, you can see some discounting going on over there. Basically, those risk numbers are discounted based on interest rates. And the second section, what I call climate change supplement, right? It kind of shows you what we're talking about when we mention the different elements. So this section is something we're thinking of, whether it shows up in RAMP or somewhere else. Don't know yet, because here the question is how do you integrate the RDF, right? The RDF with the carbon. So basically, here you can see that on one of the first column that shows you all the different hazards and all the hazards that the risk impacts, right? It could be that, for example, probably temperatures, this is just an example, right? Like flood risk probably doesn't impact wildfire. Increased precipitation increase probably doesn't impact wildfire. Maybe it does, but it's like the point here is that it's not all hazards impact all risks, but we'll identify them up front. And then the thing you can see that in that section there is something called you can see that there are some cells highlighted in, or kind of highlighted in orange there, right? And that's it, yeah, that one. So basically, to calculate all the impact from climate, we would have to sum the cumulative impact, which I mentioned earlier, of all these hazards across a period of time. So you can see that in the section with the orange outline, basically what that represents is the incremental impact of climate to the risk scores. So maybe that's the thing we'll get to when we get to the next slide. I just wanted to point out that this slide I'll be talking to this slide as we go through the other slides as well. So let's move on to the next slide. Yeah, okay. So why do we want to use a incremental measure? And so what do you mean by incremental measure, right? So hopefully the graphic below kind of illustrates the point that it's incremental in the sense that we have a baseline of what would the risk look like extending out into the future, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, year by year, 40 years, 50 years, all the way out into the future. We have a baseline of what it would look like without climate change, right? Meaning, assuming climate looks like what it looks like today. And then we will have another scenario, basically, it's like how that risk would change, given we have all these hazards, projected to increase. And the important thing is that when I meant cumulative risk measure, it's basically the difference between these two risk scores accumulated over time. So it's the area in green on the chart that you see below there. So in orange is basically what the baseline risk scores for the next 50 years look like. I think that's 50 years, 40 years perhaps. And then the blue line is what it would look like with the projected amount of climate change. And that difference year on year, add up that difference every year. That's the cumulative impact of climate change. And why do you think that's appropriate? Why do I think that's appropriate? Why do we think that's appropriate? Because I think that these climate, our actions or lack of actions basically kind of lock us into this trajectory. So things we do today or don't do today is going to lock us into this trajectory. And what the impact of this trajectory is not, what happens in the year 2050 over, it's what happens over all these years together. That's why, perhaps this is a viable way to look at climate change. And like I mentioned before, this could be just for one risk, could be just for wildfire risk, for example. The idea is to look at all the hazards, look at all the risks they impact, and look at how the cumulative scores change, right? And then understand that and report that cumulative number. So that's the idea behind the cumulative risk measure. So going to the next slide. Our proposal talked about scenario analysis. So, and in a few slides previous, we had, I made the point that basically whatever number we get because of climate, it's basically going to be a variable number. It's going to be a random number, even though it's an expected number, it's still a random variable, it's still going to be, it has a range of values, right? So it's like, typically, how would we deal with that kind of variance? How would we deal with that kind of situation? Well, the mathematical way to do it is basically say, if we knew the probability for each scenario, and we could calculate that expected, if we took that scenario and then we calculate the risk scores for each of our risks given one scenario, probability weighted, and we do that across all scenarios, then we could basically get back to a deterministic value for the risk score. What I want to point out here is basically, I think that is going to be a very challenging approach to take. It seems like there's going to be a lot of modeling that we'll need to do that, not to mention computational effort. But we can take first step, right? The first step is basically what we're doing. We're basically taking scenarios, defined scenarios, be it, scenarios from GCM 8.5, I'm sorry, from GCM or from RCP 8.5. So basically, we're just taking snapshot scenarios and we evaluate what the risks are for each of these scenarios. And we want to do it over, hopefully we can do it over a few scenarios so we get an idea of what that range of risk scores is going to look like. And then you can take it a little bit further. Once again, this is just a proposal. We can take it a little bit further. We can assign representative probabilities to each scenario. Maybe this scenario represents 25% of the time scenarios will turn out something like this. 50% of the time will turn out something like this. Right? We could do that, and that way we could get back to an expected value. But basically, these are steps that we can take to kind of deal with the uncertainty that we identified earlier on in terms of risk scores. We can look at scenarios and we can look at averages, basically. To that point, Eddie, if you could go back like 3 slides to the spreadsheet example. This example. Important thing to realize here that the bottom section that says climate change supplement is basically the results from one scenario. So we would have to do this a few times to get what that orange box that says 36,000 right now. Under this scenario, it says 36,000. Then for another scenario, we'll say something else, and we would be able to get a range of what those values are. Okay, so let's move on to slide. Yeah, good, thank you, Eddie. Here we wanted to point out, right, the RDF is, like I mentioned earlier, it's an event-driven framework. So if you don't identify an event, you're not going to be able to quantify it. So that's one thing that needs to be done when we talk about CAVA and CAVA, or just in general, climate hazard scenarios and integrating them into RDF. We basically need to identify risks that either exist today or exist in the future. Some risk right now might not be such a big thing, or might not even exist today. But that's one of the things we need to do. And one way that we can do that is using the scenarios themselves to think about, if this scenario arises, does that lead to new risks? Do we have any new things that we have to be concerned about? So in this graphic, you can see what I'm talking about. Upstream of the RDF, you have generally labeled kava, but doesn't have to be kava. The important thing is we have hazards, quantifiable hazards upstream, quantifiable scenarios upstream. And then we need this additional process, additional layer of risk identification. You need to identify how these hazards either impact the current risk that we have or lead to new risks, right? So you can see in this graphic, the beige, is that color? Yeah, the orangey section, that orangey, yeah, that one that says new risk, sorry, you were there. That's a new risk that was identified through this process. So we're saying that, for example, extreme weather currently impacts wildfire risk, also impacts risk that I call risk number 2. Risk number 1 is wildfire risk. Also impacts risk number 2, whatever that might be. But it also kind of leads us, based on the scenario work that we're doing, thinking about how these hazards, how they will impact our system. They might lead us to identify new risks, which I've labeled risks for, right? So, and then you can see that another thing that this example points out is that not all hazards will impact all risks. So you can see that H1, extreme weather impacts wildfire, and risk number 2 leads to risk number 4, and then those are the risks that impact. And then H2, which is sea level rise, impacts a different set of risks. Could be some of the risks are similar, right? You can see R2 is impacted by both extreme weather and sea level rise, but risk number 3 is only impacted by sea level rise. So that's what this graphic is trying to do. There's still the step that we need to do of risk identification, both trying to figure out how hazards impact current risk and perhaps they'll lead to new risks as well. So that's the other thing. That's another of the elements that we had in our risk framework. So let's move to the next slide. Finally, I think there's been some talk about cascading events in the cover. One of the things I wanted to mention that the RDF currently kind of considers risk as separate events. So, we talk about the risk of, wildfires, and we talk about the risk of gas containment, the loss of gas containment. Don't really ask ourselves, I don't think, the RDF really considers, well, what happens if, loss of gas containment happens at the same time as wildfire? Maybe nothing happens, maybe it does. But, that's one thing that right now the RDF kind of looks at risk one by one. So one of the things that, to deal with cascading events, we need to basically define an event that represents, a series of things failing at the same time or going on at the same time. Either a series or they could all be happening at the same time or one leads to another, but we need to represent that as an explicit event. And then we need to model what those probabilities are, right? So, we need to model what the probabilities of risk X in this example and risk Y happening at the same time together, or one leading to the other. And then we need to figure out what the outcomes from having these two events happen at the same time, which could be very different than if they happen separately, right? So that's one of the things that we will need to model cascading events in the RDF. So once again, scenarios can help us do that. One of the scenarios we can look at was, for example, maybe something similar to what happened in Texas. Is that going to lead to consequences, dire consequences in California? So something we should think about. We can ask ourselves these questions, and that's how we would identify potential cascading events. Maybe you want to move on to the next slide? So this slide, just a conclusion, a couple of things we wanted to mention. We're proposing that we can do a pilot study based on the elements that I discussed earlier, and something that could be done in this risk OIR by fourth quarter of 2025. And why fourth quarter of 2025? Couple of things. There's a lot of work going on in terms of, on our side anyway, in terms of implementing the cost-benefit approach. So we're still busy doing that for ramp filing that's happening in 2024 next year. And then after that, it might seem like a long time, but believe me, it really flies very fast, and there's really never enough time. But right after our ramp, and after the workshops and things like that, we need to pivot to our GRC, and we need to, it's all hands on deck for that as well. So the Q4 2025, is a realistic timeline that something that we can accomplish. And so one of the thoughts that we thinking as far as this proposal is concerned, we will pilot the study by Q4 2025, and then at the end of it, we will perform a gap assessment. What worked, what didn't work. Maybe the cumulative risk measures might need to be modified, something like that, right? For example, I talked about cumulative risk measures, but should it be cumulative over the next 40 years, 30 years, 20 years? How long of a period of time are we measuring? Maybe it's all of the above, right? We have all the underlying data anyway. Maybe it's all of the above. Maybe it's just one number makes more sense than the others. So anyway, this is something we wanted to be as part of the pilot gap assessment, what worked, what didn't work. And then we wanted to give the risk oil working group members opportunity to review, ask questions, provide feedback that we can discuss in the subsequent rulemaking, and then a workshop, I should say. And then any additional actions, we can take as determined by the rulemaking process. So in general, that's where I want to mention that, we think that kind of taking the hazards that we get from CAVA or maybe from GCM, global climate change models, is where that integration should happen, taking those hazards, feeding them into our risk flow ties, modeling the changes in consequences and likelihoods, and also recognizing that what we end up with really there's still variability in that, as we discussed earlier, and we should put our efforts into kind of finding out what the ranges are, what the assumptions are, what we can do in terms of averaging numbers. So, and then once again, want to stress the pilot kind of approach, because there are still, admittedly, there's still a lot of things that we should think about here, and we only learn if we start doing it. So that concludes my discussion here. Eddie, back to you.
Great. Thanks, Vincent. And it was not Nathan and Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you both for your presentation. We do have a Q&A scheduled until 1:50, but I think we'll probably go a little bit past that. Judge Fogel, did you want to start us off with some questions, unless there's anything that people wanted to comment on off the bat?
Yeah, I think first we probably want to ask if there's clarifying questions for PG&E at this time on their proposal.
Didn't get anything in the chat, so if anyone has a question, please feel free to raise your hand. You've been that clear, Vincent. Well done.
I think I'll go ahead and ask one then. If you go to slide, that's the spreadsheet slide.
Sure.
So yeah, so thanks so much to Vincent and Eric for your presentation. I think it was very clear. One question I have, you mentioned that this is just the result from one scenario, and PG&E's recommendation is actually to maybe choose several scenarios, emission scenarios, and do different results and then consider doing a weighting those according to some kind of probability. So just maybe you could clarify if we could go over these. These are let's see if I understand. Above you've got your essentially your RSE, right? In the top.
Those are risk values, but yeah, I mean the change in risk values from mitigations would lead to cost benefit ratios, correct? Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Risk values. I don't spend too much time in the ramp report, so so risk values, and then what you've done is you've modeled a scenario here, and I'm assuming you've chosen to end the scenario at 2038, and then you've attempted to identify the increase in the risk score over that period. Or maybe you're modeling larger, because I know some of these don't sum to your cumulative impact.
So yeah, so I could clarify a little bit more. So you see that first number, 21,429. So that's the risk score for wildfire for the year 2027. Those 4 years happen to be our next GRC period. That's why we chose those 4 years. So 2027 is 21,429, and then 20,338 is the number for 2020. I think it's kind of small.
Yeah.
So those are the risk values, right? And embedded in those risk values is an assumption for climate change already. So in this particular case, I think the assumption, this example here, I think the example was that 3% of that number comes from climate impacts. So if you take 3% of 21,429, I think it's basically 648, so on and so forth. And then it's 3% of 25, whatever that number is 66, and so on and so forth, until it gets to 2037. I think that we're kind of making an assumption here that the scenario that we're modeling is that climate change is going to double the frequency of emissions every decade. So you can see in 2037, it pops up to a number of 936, right? So if you look over there, the impact from climate change is 488, which is basically 3% of 16,273, above 3% of that. And then the next year pops up to 936 because it's actually 6% of 15,596. I think that's how this example was. But basically, that's what these numbers represent. It's the portion of the risk score that could be attributed to climate change.
Okay, and so how did you estimate the 3% then, that's the portion of the risk score potentially attributed to climate change?
That's what we've done so far. I maybe Eric can speak a little bit about that, but I think the point here is basically to be able to we've been able to do that, and the point is that we should kind of separate those out so that we can consider them as part of the cumulative risk score for climate separately, right? We put that aside and attribute that increase to climate.
Yeah.
Right? You want to talk about that?
Again, this is an illustrative and example, but for our 2020 ramp filing for wildfire, a GCM, an RCP 8.5 scenario was used to modify both the likelihood of a wildfire event and the consequence of a wildfire event in this situation. For other ramp risks that year, PG&E looked primarily at just the likelihood of a risk event occurring due to climate hazard factors. But we do think in a framework going forward, you can, evaluate both sides of the lower core equation and the climate impacts of that. And this example is illustrating the total impacts of both sides of those equations where relevant. Although I would just say that in the 2020 ramp filing, PG&E's quantitative climate change impact modeling was primarily focused on the frequency of conditions that would cause a risk event.
Could I ask a follow-up? I see that the wildfire is pretty linear until you get to 2037, as Vincent mentioned. It's basically 3% until you get to 2037. But for instance, the distribution overhead failure has obviously a different function, as does circuit overloading. So is that 3% specific just to wildfire?
Yeah, I think in this example,
Yes, in this example, and one of the things we found, with wildfire data, the availability and the details behind the type of wildfire data available from the fourth climate assessment was different than what would be available for temperatures. And that's one of the considerations that has to be really part of this discussion is as we go forward and when you look at data availability through CalAdapt or other GCMs, the outcomes and the probabilities around temperature, the degree of certainty associated with temperature versus precipitation versus wind forecast, all of those will be variable, and utilities need some flexibility to consider those independently without an overly prescriptive mandate on how to treat all climate hazards equally.
yeah, another thing I wanted to point out was that you see that cumulative risk score that's highlighted, and it says 30,257. That's a number actually, if I show every year, the numbers would be too small, but that's actually a number cumulative across 40 years, I believe. So that's why the orange highlighted box kind of stretches out for 40 years.
There's actually a question in the chat from Wendy. Does this scenario assume deployment of proposed mitigations each year? So have you basically discounted in the fact that you're going to be implementing proposed mitigations? And then a second question is, would you still use risk scores when you transition to the cost benefit ratio?
Yeah, so basically, the RDF mentions that we should include the benefits of mitigation benefits, essentially the full benefits of mitigations, right? Over, and by full, they basically interpret that to mean over time as well. So if we do a mitigation that is in the year, takes effect 2027 capital project that has a 50-year lifespan, then yeah, it should impact the risk scores for the next 50 years as well. So yes, it should.
I think what Wendy is asking is, let's say you roll out a set of mitigations for wildfire in 2027, and this is the risk score you have. But then does this 2028 number, outside of just the discounting factor, does it also incorporate the fact that 2028 will also have a set of mitigations that's going to reduce risk?
Yeah, it should. Right. So what I'm saying is, for example, if we do a capital project on wildfire, mitigating wildfire, right? So, that capital project is going to have a 50-year lifespan, for example. So it should have impact. It should reduce the risk scores not only for 2027 but 28, 29, 30, so on and so forth. And the other question. Would you still risk scores when you transition to cost benefit ratio? No, we would use dollars.
Okay.
But I just wanted to point out this is just an illustrative example.
Very good.
Let me go back to some of the clarifying questions and push other parties to raise your hands or put questions in the chat for clarifying questions. If we could go back to the spreadsheet again. So what I'm understanding from what you said, Eric, was that you've got you've taken you've created a small h climate scenario, and you've derived from that some way to small h and escalate the frequency and potential consequences of various risk events. And then it turns out that for that scenario, it's 3%. And then that's what you're saying is, your method and what's reflected here. Is that correct, then?
Yes, I think so. So for this case, right, like for temperature, the likelihood of would have on, a distribution overhead failure, it will grow over time as the projections of temperature from climate change increase. So that's going to change the frequency of outages or a risk event failure. In that case, though, the consequence of a risk failure may or may not be impacted by climate change. And I think the clarifying point that I was trying to make earlier was just that when you're looking at wildfire, in this illustrative example, there was the quality of the data will allow us a little bit better ability to model like intra-year or year-by-year changes, or do you take a kind of more systematic approach? You average out across 5 or 10 years so that you're not generating some of that false precision that Kristen mentioned earlier with climate data. And that's kind of an approach that we haven't really settled on, internally what the best way forward for that is, but you have to consider the underlying climate data sets for whatever approach that is kind of deemed most relevant and beneficial, a 10-year average, or can you average enough global climate model results to generate out kind of an actual yearly trend? So hopefully that helped clarify it.
Yeah, that did a lot. And I think my question is sort of, in this example, you've kind of provided us with the results of this single scenario analysis. And to some extent, your actual work is a black box here. We're not seeing it. And is that a feature of this proposal? I mean, or is PG&E also proposing to, expose the guts, so to speak, of the actual scenario assumptions?
Well, I guess we're still building the black box, so to speak. So that's the real reason, right? It's like what can we? I think how we model the detailed modeling is one thing, but how we represent the risk, given whatever models we have, is what this proposal is trying to get to.
And I will say as well, for the 2020 ramp, for instance, like there were climate change work papers that were developed that kind of tried to show how we got to some of these escalation factors and the climate variables that were used and some of the reference material that was used to develop that. We think that is an important part of this, and we understand, we're still trying to figure out how to do this. So for this example, it is very much a black box, but as we start maturing our analysis on this, I would envision that, like there will be data sources, and when we start considering multiple scenario analysis and referencing the outputs from the 5th climate assessment data set that the state is conducting, those things will be relevant to know to consider these issues.
Yeah. It's a cloudy box right now. So, but we want to be able to show, the outputs that we could use to kind of represent climate change.
That's great. Thanks for clarifying that. I think it's important just to sort of have brought that to light a little bit as parties can think about your proposal and have any other questions or comments they want to add here about how it might work in practice. Is what I'm hearing is sort of, yes, there would be additional work papers where some of these assumptions and details would be provided in detail.
On that note, I noticed that in the chat, Miles Gordon actually said that he wasn't quite sure why the risk goes down before 2037, but then rise sharply. I just wanted to see if Miles, did that help clarify your question?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
I can add some context to that as well too, right? So here you see the effects of two things going on. One is that there's climate change generally increasing. Another effect is discounting. So you can see that there are two things going on right now. If there was no climate change at all, you would see these risk scores generally go down over time. Not because the risk is decreasing in time, but it's just discounting. It's just pure discounting. So you can see, for example, I calculated discount factors out for every year. So you can see that if nothing changes, right, the risk score was all the same. By 2038, I can't read these numbers, but basically by 2038, the risk score will basically be 55% of what it is today. That's just pure discounting. So there's that going on. So time value of money going on, and then climate change is increasing, right? So these two kind of things going on. In a particular example here, we kind of had this stair-step function to climate change. It's 3% every decade and then the next percent is 6%, and then it's 9%. So that's why you're seeing that there's that kind of thing going on with an overall kind of decreasing trend, discounting climate change. That's why you're seeing that.
Great. I see Brian Landry has his hand up. If you wanted to mute yourself, Brian.
Hey guys. So just one other thing, just to add on to what Vince is presenting here too. Another thing to consider is the utilities are not just not doing anything about wildfire, for instance, right? So it could go down as a mitigation, as we keep on mitigating against wildfire, but climate change can sort of push it back up. So there's a number of different factors that we'd have to unpack there. Just wanted to make that point as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I actually was not noticing that there's actually 3 hands in the participant box. So Hafizer, would you like to unmute yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. One question, Vincent, I have on this particular slide, just a clarifying question. Long-term interest rate 4.25% that you showed here, did you, is that an assumption that you use in the discount factor, or where did you use this number?
There's an assumption. I think that's basically, once again, this is illustrative, purely illustrative, right? So these basically show you how these assumptions work. The assumptions are going to the interest rate is going to generate the discount factors, and that's how your risk will get discounted. I chose 4.25 because I think I read somewhere that 30-year treasuries were trading at 4.25 or something like that. So, but it's a assumption, and Jay, you can basically plug in another number, do a scenario analysis with different interest rate assumptions, and see what happens.
Great.
Okay. And I have a follow-up question, Eddie. A few slides back, where Vincent about introduce the H factor, a mathematical model. One more slide back. Actually, next slide, where H is so here, Vincent, you mentioned about H is a random number as you introduced in the mathematical model. Then you are saying that risk value is no longer deterministic, but then you are saying that H is used to do the distribution curve to set it up. Is that what I'm sensing, or why they totally sort of like disappear from the risk value? Just clarifying. Thank you.
So basically, what I'm saying here is that, mathematically, basically your expected number, your expected risk value, which would have been deterministic, because H is random, it's going to end up being random as well. So what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying here. And then basically what I'm saying is, further saying is that we aren't able to actually think that we aren't able to really figure out what the distribution of H looks like, or even calculate this distribution I'm showing here. But what we can do is we can do scenario analysis. We can assume H takes on specific scenarios, weight those scenarios, and get an average. That's one way, for example, to turn this back from being a random variable to a single point estimate again. But this time we use an average, right? So we go away from basically just using one number. We use an average, a weighted average. I hope that makes sense.
Okay. Fred.
Yeah, hi everybody, thanks. I just wanted to go back to the main spreadsheet slide there, just following up on some of Wendy's questions. The first section that just talks about ramp risks clearly does not factor in the effects of a mitigation. It's purely looking at the discounted value of that first year's risk going forward. And naturally, if you had known mitigation effects, that would be factored in when you know them, basically, or you want to forecast them.
So yeah, I mean, I would just put it this way. The first section kind of represents our pre-mitigation baseline risk scores, right? And
yeah, right, pre-mitigation. Yeah, you haven't done any mitigation, right? It's
so you want to calculate what the post-mitigation score is, but that's all required from in the RAP file. Yeah. Right?
Yeah,
and
just,
calculate it. I just
yeah.
haven't shown that, otherwise this example would explode.
Yeah, right.
So-
Yeah, right. No, yeah, you're just basically showing the present value of the future non-mitigated risk. Yeah. And then your second section
so-
in the
so-
climate change supplement, I
Yep.
thought I heard you say that the top section did include some attempt to account for climate change risk, or is it all in the lower
what I'm
section
saying
you're
is that-
accounting for the climate change risk?
So what I'm saying is that these are essentially baseline risk scores, right? And based on what the RDF, and we talked about baseline, the baseline for 2028 should take into account what happened in 2027. Baseline for 2029 should take into account what some of the mitigations we put in place in 2028, so on and so forth, right? So to the extent that we're doing mitigations already going on in place, that should affect the baseline, and that's going to affect that's going to show up in the bottom section as well. So that it would show the effect, the long-term effects of work that we're already doing today. That's essentially what we're saying.
Yeah, I just trying to clarify for myself that what we're showing in the second section, these are all incremental to what is shown in the ramp section. These would be trying to account for climate change hazards that hadn't otherwise been accounted for in the ramp score.
Yeah, I think I would characterize it the other way. So that number 21,429, 648 of that, we pulled out 648 of that and attributed that to climate.
I think that
Okay, that's what I was asking. So yeah, the 21,429 includes the 643.
Yes.
But then
Yes.
you're just pulling it out to show us, hey, this is the component that is the, okay, yeah, I wasn't quite clear. That's perfectly understandable. Thank you.
Great. And
you.
Ariel Strauss.
Thank you. Thanks, Vincent. Appreciate your presentation. Taking a step back, perhaps I guess in a sense, the desired outcome of what we're doing here is still a bit hazy to me. And I think what we're trying to do is expand, let's say, the desired outcome of what we're doing with this coordination between RAMP and CAVA is to expand the time frame snapshot a bit so that we're using RAMP in a climate-specific way. And what I mean by that is, so the RAMP process, as you explained, is for estimating the lore and core to decide what risk mitigation focus and spending is justified. But in the CAVA, we're considering how climate change is altering and increasing risk over 20, 30-year time horizon. So it's essentially what we're trying to do, just to make sure that I'm not sure that we have articulated in a way that's clear to me what we're hoping to do with this analysis that we are conducting. I think that we're primarily trying to assess the RAMP investments that we're otherwise thinking of making and seeing based on the CAVA now if we want to reprioritize or make them differently in light of what we anticipate climate change doing to those risks in terms beyond the current RAMP time horizon. Is that essentially practically what we're trying to do with the analysis that you're doing?
Well, first of all, we'll make a distinction between the RAMP and the RDF, right? The RDF is more the formal kind of mathematical framework that the RAMP is based on, right? So this is an approach to try and integrate the two formal frameworks that we have: the RDF, low time scale, and then the CAVA approach, the climate approach, I would say, where the underlying objects are the hazard scenarios. So basically, what we're trying to do here is basically incorporate the effects of climate change into our existing risk and use that to identify new risks.
In terms of
and represent that in the RDF.
In terms of outcome that would affect the behavior, let's say, of the utilities, is it then ultimately what we try to do is see about whether the certain
You're breaking up there a little bit, and we're having trouble hearing you.
Oh, okay, is this any better? Okay, and so how does that figure? How does this RDF analysis figure into differences in what the ramp process would determine to be an appropriate action versus what would not be an appropriate action in the absence of this analysis?
I think that's something we can explore further because I mean, one approach obviously you can because basically we're looking essentially what we're doing with that climate change section below, right? We're basically projecting over a trajectory of time the impacts of climate change and also over a trajectory of time what the impacts of any adaptations / mitigations would do. So whether we show that in RAMP or we show that in some other proceeding, I think is something we can talk about. I think that at this point in time, it's hard to say there's an advantage in doing it in RAMP versus someplace else. But that's something after we do this proposal, it becomes a little bit more clear what it looks like, then we can think about whether it's something that's in RAMP or not.
Thank you.
If I could jump in on that question, Ariel, thanks for bringing us back to that. It's like sort of the basic question. And the way I see it is what we're asking is, does the RDF and the resulting RAMP analyses sufficiently reflect possible impacts of climate change as is? Or because we know climate change impacts are already starting to occur, we've seen it various ways, precipitation, heat, fires. Do we need to consider sort of modifying the RDF to improve how we're considering climate change in it? It gets back to the question that Kristen raised this morning or pointed out, which is that the past is no longer historical data is no longer necessarily appropriate for the future. We've got this non-stationary feature. So, does that help clarify things, Ariel? And then this is an example from PG&E about how they sort of propose to improve how we're considering climate change.
Yes, that is helpful. That is what I was trying to understand, is that the reality is that the risks that are existing and identified are being operationalized in some way in the RDF and in RAMP. I'm just trying to concretize how we're hoping to enhance that by looking at CAVA. My understanding is that it's taking into a wider time horizon in one sense, but I'm not sure if that's all that's been done. And so I do appreciate your asking, sort of reflecting that question as well.
And I just wanted to kind of expand on our view of like what the CAVA is, and Kristen and Eddie talked about it a little bit earlier, and we mentioned it. Like the CAVA is one way, it's a qualitative risk assessment for PG&E in a less quantitatively restrained manner to evaluate a broad set of future climate conditions. This really allows us to kind of prioritize and identify areas and other risks where maybe we haven't seen a risk event happen, such as sea level rise, where and have some certainty that a new risk event due to climate change will be developing. The current RDF framework maybe is a bit too restrictive to incorporate that type of forward-looking analysis. And this type of proposal, is a step forward in just bettering the decision-making capabilities of utilities to consider things that maybe haven't occurred, that the CAVAs are designed to kind of look at and think about our utility system in future years and the broad range of potential climate outcomes.
That's really interesting. Thanks for that, Eric. So especially for sea level rise, because it hasn't really appeared yet. You're finding it helpful. If I could just, I don't know, Eddie, if there's other questions in the chat, but I wonder if I could ask another clarifying question, which is, we've talked a lot about the CAVA, and we're really, to some degree, talking about GCM, climate assessment inputs, and PG&E's proposal would not be limited to considering that as a data source. Is that correct, or were you proposing limiting consideration of data to those sources as CAVA-related sources?
So if I heard the question right, does PG&E's proposal consider limiting future climate change data to just GCM outputs? Is that correct? I don't think, yeah.
No, so all we're saying is that basically, whether we're using GCM, whether you're using RCP 8.5, the things the concepts that we want to deal with are scenarios, right? And the scenarios could come from GCM, they could come from 8.5. Proposal is really agnostic to that. So how we should do this is basically use the sources, either GCM or what have you, that best represents the future state, and that's most easily translatable for us to modeling this.
Sure, and I thought it was important to me to clarify that for Ariel, that PG&E is not just proposing Kava and RAMP integration here. They're also proposing potentially drawing on a broader type of data, if that helps clarify it.
Thank you. Yes, it does.
I was wondering actually if I could just add a follow-up question that I think tags onto some of the features that Ariel was mentioning, which is that now that we've seen both kind of the presentation that SPD and ED have given, and we've kind of worked through the pilot that PG&E has presented, would it be possible to think about, are there any aspects from, say, like the SPD proposal that could be further integrated into the pilot that PG&E has, presented to us? And that could be an open question to any of the parties.
I think I mentioned earlier that I thought that out of the two options SPD proposed, right, I think that option 2 kind of fits in a little bit more with what we're proposing here, because it does allow us to bring in other data sources, and it does allow us to as things develop, kind of use more up-to-date methods and so forth. Does give us more flexibility, in short.
But one of the things that I'm kind of looking at is most of the aspects of the pilot that you guys have presented seem to be focused primarily on the pre-mitigation aspect of how you're calculating risk. But do you plan to use the pilot to follow through and follow through the entire steps of the RDF that would then have you looking at what type of mitigations you would be suggesting, and what the cost benefit ratios of those mitigations would be?
On a pilot basis.
On a pilot basis. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that made sense. Okay. Doug, should we maybe take a quick break and then come back? We have a lot of other questions that we wanted to run through, but we also recognize that, going to 3 o'clock, we probably should give folks at least a bathroom break. And how about we come back in 5 minutes at 2:20? Does that make sense?
That sounds great. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, everybody. We folks from PG&E are back. Second to come back on camera. I'm glad that we extended back out to 3. It was a good conversation. Let's see. Eric, are you guys just about back? Sorry for the rush. Rush to break.
Yes, PG&E is here.
Okay, great. Yeah, so like I said, I think there's a lot of really good discussion. You know, it's a complicated topic, so I'm not surprised that there's, you know, need for more clarifying questions. Judge Fogel, if you had something else that you wanted to add that you were trying to get to at the end there.
Sure. Yeah, I thought before we go on to discuss some of the questions and, you know, that we put in the PowerPoint, it might be helpful to continue to kind of unpack what the PG&E proposal is. And so as part of that, I was wondering, you know, I wanted to raise the topic of data sources some more. I'm not a climate modeler. I do occasionally see coming across my desk sort of summaries of recent studies, increased frequency of wildfires, maybe some new modeling techniques out about wind, estimating wind or what have you. And so I was wondering if you, PG&E, could talk about what other data sources you think would be appropriate to use as, you know, inputs in this pilot, and also when you're doing that, maybe touch on this question of vetting that Ariel Strauss mentioned earlier.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner, or ALJ, sorry. So on the question for data sources, the CAVA has some requirements of different types of climate hazard that we need to look at. So, you know, temperatures, flooding, etc. Those typically are coming from global climate model results. So the GCMs, and that would be the RCP 8.5 or an SSP 5, something, and that will have different variables that we can look at. The utilities have flexibility right now within the CAVA framework to look at different types of thresholds and metrics. So you can, for temperature, you could look at an annual average. You could look at the hottest, you know, 5 days of the year. You could look at August averages. There's a lot of flexibility and a lot of different ways to look at climate variables. From a data sourcing perspective, one of the things that we think is an important consideration is for data that is going into CalAdapt, and that is based off these global climate models results that may or may not have things like sea level rise projections, which, you know, are much more locally relevant and are being generated out by other agencies like the USGS, NOAA, the Delta Stewardship Council. That was a data source that we used in our CAVA filing, or we are using in our CAVA filing, that is not part of a global climate model result, but projections on how the Delta will react to changes in sea level rise is something that is really important for PG&E. And so having the flexibility to consider those types of alternative data sources that would look at on a kind of a shapefile basis of, you know, localized sea level rise impacts, or how sea level rise will change the Delta, or ground subsidence data, which again would be like a USGS data source that is looking at long-term trends of groundwater extraction and what that means for things like our pipeline infrastructure. Those are some of the, just a few examples of climate data sources that we think are appropriate to consider in the RDF, but may not, one, be in the CAVA or are currently in the GCM framework of global climate models, because they're very local issues. And we know that the issues PG&E is facing are different than what Sempra, SDG&E, and SoCal Edison will be facing as well. And they have other local considerations that they may want to incorporate. Further to this point, we think some of the language from the climate adaptation or using best available data sources is really an important consideration. PG&E, has commissioned a study looking at like wind impacts. That's not something that was part of the CAVA. This is a field of climate science that is evolving quickly, and there's a lot of variability in the results. And the current CMIP 6, like 5th California assessment results are going to be different, and we haven't analyzed those fully. But that wind impacts is not a part of CAVA, but it, is something that utilities can consider as part of the RDF that we think is appropriate. So we should kind of make that distinction that CAVA is not a full compendium of every climate impact that we look at. And there are a lot of different data sources that, as long as they're publicly vetted or peer reviewed and done with the best available science, can aid in improving decision-making in this risk framework.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's really helpful, and especially providing some examples around sea level rise. Especially like you say, PG&E's infrastructure being so close to the California Delta, Northern California Delta. So great. I think that's helpful to set us up for getting some maybe initial responses, hopefully discussion from other parties about the PG&E proposal, which, Eddie, I think unless there's other questions, we can, in the chat or hands raised, we can go on to that, which is, this is I'm assigned administrative law judge here, and I know the commissioners are very interested in other parties' thoughts. Does PG&E's proposal improve on the current state? And I guess then parties hopefully will weigh in a minute, just your initial thoughts, asking, are there alternate approaches that need further consideration?
Maybe while folks are pondering that, they could also maybe talk about the perhaps slightly more concrete question about whether or not the schedule on slide 59 makes sense. And just to reiterate, the schedule that Vincent, you put forward was for PG&E to complete your pilot by 2025, fourth quarter, quarter 4, 2025. Okay, great. All right.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think one, I guess maybe in a more concrete form, like do parties have concerns about PG&E's proposal?
Yeah.
If so, what kind of concerns do you have? And this is just an informal workshop. We're not producing a workshop report, so I want to encourage folks to speak freely and not held to whatever you say.
Let's see, do we have any hands raised? Yeah, Kristen has her hand raised. Hi.
Hey, yeah, I actually have a question. So this demo sort of analysis that you have showed us all is based on RCP 8.5. So is there intention to run this pilot under the SSPs? And yeah, has PG&E thought about that?
Yes, we're currently in the process of shifting over a lot of our analysis from the RCP 8.5, which was what we used in our CAVA, and looking at some of the early results of the SSPs. We have not decided, and we're waiting for further clarification on which SSP to use as a kind of a baseline scenario. But I think one of the benefits of the proposal that Vincent outlined is that, you can choose different SSPs as, potential things to consider. And within an SSP, you can also consider different percentiles of risk relative to kind of what type of risk you're looking at. Do you look at a median scenario? Do you look at a kind of a 90th percentile scenario. And for, our CAVA, we are looking at a few different types of thresholds based on the type of climate hazard we're considering, the range of the percentiles within that mandated RCP 8.5. But with this proposal, that's flexible enough to allow for, considering different types of global climate model scenarios.
Follow-up question. In the scoping memo in the climate adaptation proceeding, we had asked a question about sensitivity analysis and whether or not that's something we should require in the CAVAs. And PG&E made a few points, one of which was that sensitivity analysis is sort of seemingly best preserved for impact analysis or site specifics, and that potentially the most beneficial thing that could be presented to regulators would be demonstrating results across percentiles versus emission scenarios. So I'm curious as to why for this proceeding in particular for the RDF, you feel like sensitivity analysis across scenarios is more beneficial here.
I think it could be, I'm not sure that that's what we said, and I have to apologize because I come from more the RDF framework. And when I talk about sensitivity, I'm really talking about sensitivity of our results to variables, whatever to input assumptions, really. So basically, they could be input assumptions we use in our modeling right now. It could be input assumptions to potential climate variables we use in the future. So, we in this RDF proceeding, we have this transparency proposal, which also addresses sensitivity. It basically asks sensitivity, is basically how would your risk scores change if you change one input parameter by a certain amount? If you move your input parameter from what you have right now, you move it to the 90th percentile confidence level of where that input parameter is, how would that change the risk scores? So that gives us a guide as to which are the main parameters that are driving these risk scores, so we can kind of figure out. And that's what I meant by sensitivity analysis. I don't think I'm not sure that, and maybe it's because I don't have that much perspective on the climate side, on the sensitivity discussions that's been going on. But basically, my approach, what we've been talking about is more the RDF transparency proposal sensitivity. Hope that helps.
Do you have any other? I can answer a little bit more about the climate, the CAVA. Kristen, if you want to kind of clarify based on what Vincent said, do you have you need additional clarification there?
I guess I was just wondering if it was PG&E's position that it felt like sensitivity analysis either across percentiles, emission scenarios, playing around with variable thresholds is something that's better suited for the ramp to do than for the CAVA.
Yeah. So with the CAVA, without a quantitative framework, comparing results gets a little bit more challenging. And because of the breadth of what the CAVAs are looking at, all infrastructure and operations of a utility, not that is so unconstrained, it makes it very challenging to look at all the different types of sensitivity analysis you'd want to look at, the engineering thresholds. Being constrained with these risk events and the current framework already set up internally for utilities to evaluate risk events, it's a little bit, I think, more doable and practical to consider a range of sensitivities from different GCM results within the current RDF.
Sure, that makes sense. Thanks.
So, Eddie, if we don't have any hands raised.
We do. Brian Landry has his hand up, actually. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's a very important topic that you bring up, Kristen. I think one thing to consider in the ramp context that we're still considering in that phase is the concept of tail risk, risk tolerance, and risk attitude, or risk scaling, if you will. So we could have different of those any factors for any different risks. So I think that's going to sort of maybe guide the sensitivities that's appropriate to any risk. So it may be just a little slightly different, but until we unpack that a bit, it's going to be sort of amorphous, if you will.
Great, I'm glad you're on camera, Brian, since I was going to ask a question you might want to respond to.
Sure.
So PG&E is proposing to file its pilot analyses at, I believe, the end of 2025. And Edison's ramp will be due before then in 2025. So I'm wondering, if one thing the commission sort of combining the proposal that Eddie laid out on behalf of the Safety and Policy Division and PG&E's pilot idea, should the commission be considering changing the current state, which is that sort of consideration of climate impacts is optional, to actually requiring consideration of climate impacts. And I'm not sure the timing would work to require it, in fact, by the time of Edison's 2025 ramp proposal. But the long and short of it is Edison, should the commission be considering requiring quantitative consideration of climate impacts and upcoming ramps, whether it's PG&E's approach or another approach?
So Edison's next ramp is in 2026, Your Honor. I think maybe that should be directed to Sempra or SDG&E, which I believe files next after PG&E.
Sorry, that was my fault. Yep.
I would just like to present some perspective, Anna. I think we as far as what we were thinking, this is it's a heavy lift for us already, right? And I'm sure it's a heavy lift for both Sempra and Edison, because this is not the only thing that's going on. The cost benefit approach, we think it's a very important change to how we do the risk scoring. We started on it as soon as we got the decision. In fact, before we got the decision last year, we've been working on it consistently, and I think that's something that should be. I just want, not like I'm backing anybody up. I just want to provide my perspective, our perspective, that this work, switching to a cost benefit and a framework, which I feel like we based on my conversations with the other IEs, I feel like we'll probably make more progress towards that, simply because our ramp is the first one to do this. So I think it takes a while. So just want to mention that maybe asking Edison to start later could present some challenges from the implementation standpoint.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we had two or three proposals presented today, and just taking SPV's second proposal, it's that quantitative consideration of climate change is required in the RDF, and I understand PG&E doesn't want to speak for Edison or another utility or so on, but I think it is one of the proposals in front of us, and the specifics of how to do that were not necessarily proposed by SPD, but it's that time of the workshop where we're kind of rounding up, considering all of the proposals we've heard about today and wanting to weigh those. So
I think it actually would be good if maybe someone from Sempra could also speak to I think the question that Judge Fogel was alluding to is that given the timing of the 2025 Sempra ramp, how does the proposals that are currently under discussion in this workshop, how does it sound to you? Could you give us some feedback on that? Is Sempra still on the line?
Yes, we are. This is Greg Flores with SoCal Gas. We also have members of SDG&E also on the line.
Great.
So I want to better understand the question. Is the proposal to, I assume, to adjust the timing of these filings?
No.
Okay. So maybe you can help me better understand the question. I apologize.
Okay. I believe that the question is PG&E has a pilot that would not be due until fourth quarter 2025, which would be after you file, after Sempra files its ramp. But does it make sense then for the commission to be considering making a change in the RDF to ensure that climate change is addressed in the ramps going forward quantitatively, in order to basically in the name of transparency and making sure that the ramps are quantitatively integrating climate change?
I think we would all agree that that's necessary and prudent. I think it's really about because right now our CAVA, as we approach that study and that assessment, it's due simultaneously, essentially, as our ramp report. So to the extent that that influence on our ramp filing is going to be challenging because of the simultaneous nature of those efforts. But on a greater scale, I think that we, for purposes of the RAM, that we do consider impacts of climate change events on our top safety risks that we evaluate and include in our ramp reports.
Mhm.
I kind of, because our challenge is that we kind of feel like as the schedule is currently laid out and the requirements to consider the CAVA impacts and considerations, that assessment into our ramp, to use a kind of a corny analogy, we kind of feel like we're building the plane while it's flying.
Yeah, and Kristen actually mentioned that earlier as well. I think that's the general consensus. But at the same time, staff approach 2 actually allows for the integration of non-CAVA related data models and projections. And so, yeah.
And we're supportive of the option 2. I think that will provide us flexibility in which to appropriately integrate climate related events into our ramp report.
Okay, thank you. Does that help answer the question, Judge Vogel?
Yeah, it does. And I think it'd be interesting to hear from, again, I don't know if it's Brian or someone else from Southern California Edison. Are you also supportive of staff's approach number 2?
Yeah, I think we have to have some internal discussion. We had a number of members drop off, but I think, we think option 2 has a lot of merits. We just have to discuss it a little further internally. We're a little further out in timing as well.
Sure, understood. Where I was, it's so rare that me personally as a judge, I get a chance to see parties. So I was trying to hear from you all as much as possible while we're live, but understand we'll be seeing some written comments.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to say, I know we're wrapping up soon now. This has been a super productive conversation from at least Edison's perspective. I think it was helpful to have both the climate parties and the parties familiar with RDF in a joint workshop. It has been extremely useful because I think we're talking different languages in some of these different proceedings. So want to appreciate that from staff.
This is Chris, and agree with everything Brian said. And ALJ Vogel, if there are questions you have for us that we do, as Brian said, need to internally just talk a little bit. I appreciate what you said. We appreciate the live conversation too, but we do need to make sure of consensus and the like. Please let us know, Your Honor, if you want us to answer any follow-up questions, and if so, in what time frame. And we would be happy to do so.
Sure, thank you for that. And we will be issuing a ruling shortly in both proceedings with specific questions. So stay tuned for that would probably be the main way. While I'm here, though, I think I'd like to, if I could, call out a couple of the other intervener parties just for your initial reactions. I think interveners, I've heard this term is, we're looking for the Goldilocks solutions. where climate change is adequately represented in the 4-year ramp timeframe, but not overrepresented and resulting in requests for revenue requirements that are not limited. And I'm just wondering, if anyone from Cal Advocates or TURN or PCF or I'm forgetting who else, what other parties are on the line, but if anyone from the intervener perspective has any concerns about staff's proposal number 2, which would leave it flexible, but again, start to move towards requiring the utilities to quantitatively consider climate impacts in their RDF and ramp. Is that a concern to the interveners at all, here, to the extent you're ready to say anything at this point?
I can speak to TURN, and Dr. Feinstein, if you want to correct anything I'm about to say, please do, as always. I think that as per always, we're concerned in the implementation of things. From a proposal standpoint, I'm not sure that we necessarily have concerns, but it really depends on how it's implemented by the utilities later, and whether the interveners have an opportunity to dig into numbers and understand numbers. I'll also highlight that TURN does think that a multiplier approach for climate change does make sense, but again, we look forward to seeing it implemented in a pilot or a proposal to see how it impacts things. But climate change is worsening some of the risks that Californians are facing, and we should be considering how we are reflecting that in the ramp and elsewhere.
Thanks for that, Katie. And I did realize I forgot to mention Ariel Strauss, who's also been actively participating today.
You trailed off there a little bit, Judge Fogel.
Oh, I just said if SPUA is here, Ariel Strauss, if you have any thoughts, or again, any other interveners or feedback at this point would be just helpful.
This is Ariel Strauss for SPUA. Thank you, Your Honor. I think I just reiterate a question I have maybe about the language for, I think it's step 1, row 8, regarding the use of climate data. It says the ERR must consider any risks that can be identified through the use of climate data models and projections. And so just the broadness of that language, and perhaps a need for some consensus about what those data sources should be, I think still requires some further discussion. But overall, SUA is supportive of staff approach 2, with the same sort of caveats I think that TURN has, which is obviously sort of how it precisely be implemented and some of those cost figures. But overall, SPUA is supportive of staff approach 2. I think it's reflective of SPUA's prior comments in general. Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Hey, this is Miles from Cal Advocates. I guess the one concern I'd raise now has to do with PG&E's proposed pilot schedule. I mean, I speaking for myself, I mean, I definitely understand the need for a sort of pilot phase, if you will, but I think kind of where I'm coming from is like, say this gets submitted in 2025, and PG&E is the only one conducting this pilot, and then we have to implement it more broadly across the IOUs as possible. We wouldn't see any true implementation of this until 2026, maybe 2027, or something to that effect. I think it's just a broad concern I'd raise, is if there's any way we could sort of work more efficiently towards implementing this framework. I personally would be in support of that, maybe concurrent pilots or something along those lines. Yeah, it just seems like we could maybe work a little bit more efficiently here.
Thanks for that, Miles. That is the difference between the PG&E pilot and the staff approach number 2 is staff approach number 2 could potentially be implemented slightly more quickly, with potentially in a pilot framework as well. I'm sure staff has how much staff has thought through that, but I appreciate that concern about the timing and appreciate hearing your thoughts. Any other party that wants to weigh in and just sort of initial reaction to today's presentation?
I don't think we have any hands raised. Yeah, is PG&E still on the line?
Yes, we're still here.
Okay, great. Yeah, and just to reiterate that, Vincent, I think you had said that you were fairly supportive of staff approach 2. Is that right? Yeah, okay.
Great, I think we're basically running out of time here and perhaps also out of steam.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
I do feel like some of the extra planning questions we had were kind of discussed at one point or another, and so yeah, I think we should probably just move to some next steps to wrap up here. Get us out before 3 o'clock. I'm looking forward to take my little EV car out into the beautiful Southern California weather actually later this afternoon. So yeah, the next steps, at least for for the risk OIR, is that in 3 to 4 days, maybe sooner, there should be a recording uploaded to YouTube. And oh, Jonathan Webster just sent in a clarifying question on slide 8 that climate change emissions as a utility risk is not being discussed today because this is not in scope. Is that intended to mean that the issue is not in scope? Yes, that was the point of that question, that it was not in scope for phase 3 of R.20-07-013. Thanks for that clarifying question. Yeah. And I'll just continue to wrap up a little bit. So SPD staff and PG&E are going to finalize their proposals, and I'm getting lots of reminders to save the chat. Thank you, everybody. So we're going to finalize our proposals, and we'll submit those on September 19th, and you should get notices on the service list. As Judge Fogel mentioned, we'll be putting together some ruling questions for party comment, and they will go out approximately around September 22nd, and that's for the R.20-07-013 proceeding. Judge Fogel is going to talk in just 1 second about the climate change, the climate adaptation proceeding. And then workshop 3 opening comments are on October 13th. And workshop 3 reply comments will be October 20th. I'll just reemphasize that workshop 4 is going to be held on October 4th. And I apologize for that typo. I'm going to fix that right away. And yeah, we look forward to seeing everybody again on October 4th for continued discussions about risk scaling. So I hope that those of you that are a party to this proceeding, to our proceeding, that you'll be able to join us. Yeah, go ahead, Chris, if you had a quick question.
Thanks, Eddie. Question for yourself and ALJ Fogel. Your Honor had mentioned earlier today that that October 2nd workshop would include the words were deep dive on certain questions that relate to integration of items with RAMP, how certain things may or may not be addressed in RAMP. And I'm just wondering, because that workshop, to my knowledge, is occurring in the docket of the climate change proceeding, I'm wondering if it would be a good practice procedurally to just notice that workshop in this risk OIR as well, so that anything people are talking about there, we're certain that we have the parties there and that it has been noticed in this risk OIR as well.
Sure, that's a good idea.
Thank you.
That sounds fine to me. I'm happy to share the notification to the service list when it comes out, and I'm sure we'll all be interested in listening to that discussion. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you both.
And, let's see, I believe Miles Gordon had his hand raised as well.
Yeah, I just had a clarifying question about him about the workshop comments. I mean, this was a joint workshop between both proceedings, and I'm just wondering, like, if we're delineating like two separate comment sets on specific issues, or how all that's gonna work out.
We will be. Go ahead, Judge. You can take over.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for that question, Miles. It's been a little confusing sometimes, but that's our plan, is to issue different rulings in the two different proceedings, asking different questions. And many of the questions will mirror or build on those that we've seen today. So you shouldn't be any surprises, but there might be a few more details or a few switches in language and so on. Yeah, there'll be different questions for different proceedings. And I guess there's no follow-up question there. So I'll just, I think Eddie was finished with this slide. You might want to go to the next slide so it's not too confusing. But in terms of follow-up in the adaptation proceeding, which is R.18-04-019, we mentioned we'll be issuing a ruling with questions regarding some of the issues in scope in the adaptation proceeding shortly. We don't have a specific date yet, but stay tuned for that. And we'll be looking forward to your comments there. As we've mentioned many times earlier in the day, we will be having the October 2nd workshop that will be a deep dive into the long-term climate adaptation and vulnerability analysis, CAVA analysis modeling. So a lot more specifics about the modeling, and some, I believe Edison is going to be presenting on their global warming level approach. And I believe Energy Division will be presenting some ideas about frameworks to consider adaptation investment proposals and related. And we've issued a partial agenda so far, and we'll be firming that up and reissuing that in both of these proceedings coming up shortly. So hopefully those interested can make that. And I guess before Eddie closes out, I just want to thank everyone for attending today and asking questions, making presentations. Appreciate it. And I think we had a robust discussion and got some really good input, and appreciate everyone's time.
Thanks, Judge Fogel. I just want to definitely give a shout out to Judge Fogel, who has been really instrumental in balancing these two proceedings. It's been a pleasure. It's been, exciting to be able to work on, probably the topic that's essential for, our future in the state of California, and making sure to keeping the people of California safe. So we're really appreciative that everyone was able to come and provide input and feedback. We're looking forward to hearing more in the coming comment period. Thank you, Kristen, as well, for her support and her excellent presentation today. And of course to PG&E for their presentation today too. And I think I'll just wrap us up, and we will see you all soon. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to either Kristen or I. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you.
Eddie,
Thanks, Eddie. Adios.
Bye, Fred.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Judge Fogel.
Thank you, everyone.
Let's see, now I need to figure out how to do this. Okay.
Thank you
so-
again, Eddie, and thanks everyone for the discussion.
Thanks, Chris.
Take care.
Okay, so file.
Don't remember to save it. Yeah.
Don't remember to save it. Yeah.
Don't forget to save it.
Yeah. Okay, save as chat. Okay, I think. All right, 1 second, George. Just about done. Great. Thanks, gentlemen. All of our IT folks, I really appreciate your help. Do you guys have anything else that you need from me?
No, that's for me, Eddie. If you're all set. Yep.
Awesome. I'll close this out. Thanks, guys.